can relate to some of the things that I'll be mentioning. As an immigrant, when you go to a new country, either that's the United States, either that's Europe. I was talking to my friend Ray that lived in Poland, and he was telling me Polish is extremely difficult. But wherever you land, that's a new environment. You face challenges, right? You got the language barrier, you got the culture barrier, and sometimes it's very difficult because whatever education that you might have back home, it's not recognized, and quite often you have to start all over, right? You have to start all over. So when I came here in 1998, I studied law, and I thought I spoke English until I got to New York, and most Francophone can relate. So I just could not understand what anybody was saying, right? So somebody that's educated, went to university, got here. My first job, I was working at a bookstore, making $5.25. So all the things that I know, this was all of a sudden became irrelevant, right? And obviously that was not the dream, right? So, and later on I started working at the bank. I get to see every day African engineers, doctors, dentists back home, but they were cab drivers, right? They were working at a restaurant. So it then really triggered, like, the transfer of knowledge is possible, because I'm a firm believer that if you are a smart person in Africa, wherever else you go, you're still a smart person, right? So there's no way you can be smart in one place and go to another place, or all of a sudden that I'm less smart, right? So I started the organization in 2006 with a vision to help facilitate the professional integration of the African diaspora through social, economic, and educational impact, right? But now I have to admit that I did not know what nonprofit organization, how it works, what it does. But for me, and some of the Senegalese can relate to what I'm saying, we came from a culture of sharing. We came from a culture of community. So for me, growing up in a family, my mom had 13 kids, my dad had 25. So everything that we had in that household, we had to share it. So I came here with that mindset, and that's what led me to really having a line out the door at the bank, for Africans that needed to get their paper translated, to open a bank account. So next thing you know, there will be 50, 60 people coming to the bank and asking for me. And obviously, the banks start having issue with it, right? So they told me, you cannot see people here, so you got to figure out something. But I knew how relevant it was to have people that can just help you navigate the system. And when I looked around, we did not have anything that could do that. That's how I decided to start the nonprofit organization, run the organization for 13 years without funding until I met Jason Golden, an advisor that really have a lot of expertise in writing grants. She told me, you know what? Do you know that people can pay you and help you financially? So in 2016, we get our first grant, and the rest is history. Now, part of the work is to celebrate the contribution of the African diaspora. We are a firm believer of unity. We are a firm believer of bringing people together. But it's one thing when you say it, but it's another thing like, how do I go about it, right? So Africa has 54 countries, different culture, different way of doing business, different. So gathering all African under the same roof was not an easy task, but we focus on impact, right? We focus on really getting people from point A to point B, focusing on what they need. When you come to a new country, what do you need? I need a job, I need a house, I need education, so that's why we have those three pillars. But at the same time, we understood it was extremely important also for us to collaborate and partner with people from this great nation. So that's why you're going to see at the African Leadership Group, it doesn't matter what you look like, it doesn't matter what your background is, you are always part of the family. So we have the saying, once you walk in, that's it, you're part of the family. So welcome everybody. If you did not know it, you are part of the African Leadership family. Thank you and welcome. Now, we have 15 different initiatives. And all those initiatives that we put together came from the community, right? From youth empowerment, public speaking, leadership program, health and wellness, financial literacy, home ownership. All those initiatives are focused on helping the community. And this is the thing that the community wanted. Papa, we want to build generational wealth, but we believe that it starts with owning a home. Okay, let's figure out how do we partner with bank and start making that happen. You know, Papa, you know, our kids, when they graduate from high school, we don't have the financing to send them to college. Okay, let's figure out how do we put together a scholarship program to give a scholarship to our children to make it to high school. You know, we are very entrepreneurial. We have businesses in our basement, but we don't know how to put it together. All right, let's put together a business committee. So all those initiatives came from the community, and it goes right back to the community. And we have community members that have expertise in those different areas that are doing the work. So this is the time I would like to thank all the volunteers, all the people serving on different business communities to help us make this work and have the impact. One of those committees, we have what we call Afrik Impact. Now, this we were inspired by, I've noticed it every year in this great nation. On May 5th, they celebrate Cinco de Mayo, right? I've seen it every year where they celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival. And I said, wait a minute. We Africans, we are employers, we are employees, we pay taxes. We should have a celebration because we contribute to the development of this great nation. That's where the idea of Afrik Impact came about. Every month of August, we celebrate proudly and loudly the contribution of the African diaspora. Now, initially it started with just 2 hours, and as time goes, it went to 3 days. Now we are celebrating Afrik Impact during the entire month of August. It's gotten so big, so relevant, that the governor of Colorado has issued a proclamation to make the month of August the African Immigrant Month. And this is something that we are very, very proud of. This is something that we celebrate. And it's more important to us when we celebrate it with the entire community. So what gathers us here today is one of the events, part of Afrik Impact celebration that we do every year during the month of August. Now, and when we do that, we kick off with Cultural Day celebration because we feel like culture is very important. That's another way to bring people together. We feel like also the component of entrepreneurship and business is relevant. I'm a firm believer that country will develop if the private sector increase. Country will develop when people dare to create businesses. And this country is an example. And as African, we are entrepreneurs, but sometimes we lack the knowledge on how do we structure that. So this is something that the African Leadership Group have done. And what gathers today is to take it to the next level. We are an organization that's all about building bridges. That's what we do. We are a firm believer that it doesn't matter how smart you are, how much money you have, you can't do anything by yourself. You always need people. Especially when we come to nation. We know that in Africa, great resources, a lot of talent, but yet we struggle to rise up to the next level. Why? Because we lack that mindset of partnership and collaboration. And that's why today on this business forum, it's my honor to announce the kickoff of the Business Investment Forum this year, primarily focused on the country of Senegal, and the United States and Colorado. Now, people will tell you that, Papa, you are biased because you're from Senegal, that's what you start from Senegal. So there's a saying in French that tell you, and then you will need me, you'll help me to translate that into English. Charité bien organisée commence par soi-même. So I don't know how to translate that into English. But for me, I think being from Senegal and having the relationship, the network, so I think it was important to start with that nation. But the goal is every year to pick another country. It could be Ghana, it could be Eritrea, it could be Nigeria. As long as the steps are made, the connections are made, but we hope next year to organize a business forum that's going to be focusing on a different country. And part of that, as action-oriented we are as an organization, we just don't do things by saying, but we do things by doing it, right? So part of the next step will be to take a delegation of investors, of people from this great state and great nation to the country of Senegal. Because it's one thing when you hear about certain things, but it's another thing when you get to see it, right? So we will be taking a delegation in December to the country of Senegal for them to see the great opportunity that the country offers. So today, we have different sectors that we're going to be focusing on. We have the privilege to have the former Consul General of Senegal in New York, Mr. El Ajindao, that's going to be joining us to talk about mainly some of those great things that the country offers. We also have the honor to have the CEO of the Denver International Airport, Mr. Phil Washington. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for welcoming us. So we have also Ray Sylvain that came all the way from Netherlands that's going to be having a conversation and a panel on cybersecurity. And he's going to be doing that in partnership with the National Director of Youth Employment of the country of Senegal, Ms. Sina Amadou Gaye, that's here, that came all the way from Senegal. And during lunch, we're going to be having also the former mayor of Denver, Michael Hancock, that's going to be joining us also. And in the afternoon, we're going to be having another panel that's extremely relevant that will be on farming and access to water. We have the Professor Ibrahima Jeju, the director of the National Agronome University of Senegal that's here, has a lot of expertise when it comes to farming and access to water. We also have Mahfouz Sarr that works for FAO, is attached to the United Nations also, that's going to be joining us on that panel. In the afternoon, we're going to have different roundtable conversation. We're going to have a roundtable conversation around manufacturing. We're going to have a roundtable conversation around housing. So you guys will get a chance to join this table and have a deeper conversation. In the morning, it's going to be just getting information, but in the afternoon, it's going to be more like connecting with people and building connection. Now, so when we talk about doing business in a country, it's important to have those connections and the style and the people that can help you to navigate those things. So the main goal here today is to make sure that every single one of us, by the time that you leave, you are connected with somebody that you did not know. You share your business idea with somebody that you did not know. Because you never know which of those keys will unlock that door of opportunity. There's a saying in English, a closed mouth is not fed. Jason, help me. Yeah, a closed mouth is not fed. So speak up, right? Voice your desire, voice your business opinion. You will be surprised who might be able to help you. Now, it wouldn't be fair to end my presentation without recognizing the amazing group of people that I work with, that I traveled to Senegal with last December. Ms. Selina, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the support. Deirdre, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your support. Miss Becky, that all of you have met, has done an amazing job helping. Also, Bianca, Regina, the list is long, Brother Jeff. So this is a group of people that I traveled to Senegal with in December and really was very involved in planning this, in making this happen. So now, as I'm about to transition to invite here the Consul General that's going to be saying a few words, I would like to end with this. We have a saying at the African Leadership Group that if you are not at the table, you are on the menu. And we deeply believe in that. We deeply believe that whatever you want to do, it got to start with claiming your seat at the table. You got to show up. You got to be part of the conversation. And for the longest time, and until today, other nations have a tendency to identify the problem that we Africans are facing, will find the solution without asking us what we want or what we think, and will come and implement it for us while we're sitting on the sideline. We're saying those days are over. That's it, period, right? We don't mind collaboration. We don't mind partnership. but we want to have a seat at the table. We want to be heard. We are smart people. We are bright people. We came from a nation of so many different resources, and we can do it. And we will do it. And that's what we're going to do today. So welcome to the African Leadership Group Afrik Impact Businessman Forum. So just for you to know, again, in the afternoon, there will be this roundtable conversation. So hopefully you have enough business card to network. But now it's my pleasure to transition to inviting and welcoming the former Consul General of Senegal, Mr. El Hadji Ndaw, if you can join me on the stage. Now, he's a dear friend that has done a lot of work for all the Senegalese living in the United States. So he will be joining us to say a few remarks, and also he's going to be serving on the panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Papa.
So move this. You good?
I think I can slide this.
Okay.
Right. Let's see how we can do it here.
Thank
you. Thank you very much, Papa. Again, congratulations for the great work you do here in Denver and more broadly in Colorado. The great crowd that you always get to put together, bringing Africans and the rest of the world here in Denver together around positive things and with great positive energy. It's good to be here all the time, and thank you for also being a good friend. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Would like to recognize Mr. Phil Washington and thank him again for welcoming us and allowing us to tour the great facility of the airport, Denver International Airport. All the dear friends, Selena. Last year we were here, and you promised to make it better this year, and you've done it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jason, and everyone. Well, I want to mention Mr. Kovalis, but Mr. Kovalis is a Senegalese now, so he's no longer American or someone from Denver. Well, I wanted to just kind of give an overview of what we think or what we can say Senegal presents in terms of opportunities. But I think what will be more interesting is how we can interact and in a more precise way, tend to everyone's concern and questions and make it more interactive, if you will. Well, Senegal is known to be one of the most stable democracies in Africa. Since its independence, transfer of power has always been done through elections and only once by way of special provisions of the Constitution. This is important because it is widely agreed that democratic countries tend to have strong ties that span from political cooperation to economic cooperation to, at times, strategic partnerships. Senegal has indeed been friends with the United States since 1960, the year we have acquired our national sovereignty. We have established diplomatic ties with the USA since then and have held vibrant cooperation all along. To illustrate that, since President Jimmy Carter, all US presidents have been to Senegal or have sent their secretaries of state to the country. Senegal has benefited from major programs voted in US Congress, of which the most significant ones are the African Growth Opportunity Act, AGOA, we'll come back to that, and 2 Millennium Challenge Account compacts that totaled over $900 million, and these are grants. I wanted to begin with these facts to show that Senegal is not an unknown land to America, and that private US companies and other Western-owned businesses have thrived in the country and continue to do so. There are US companies in the mining business. I take the example of Endeavor in the gold mining business, highway and major road buildings, energy sector, agriculture, tourism, and so on. Senegal has, in fact, in the last 10 years, made major reforms that position the country amongst the top reformers by the Mo Ibrahim Index, and has been rated B+ by major rating companies like Moody's and Standard & Poor's, S&P. Senegal is also ideally located geographically at the most westerly point of Africa. It is only 7 hours away by plane, almost like going from New York City to California. So it takes only 7 hours to get to Senegal from the US. It's not all that far, is it? And actually, we have 5 weekly flights that go to Senegal. 3 carried by Delta and 2 carried by our national airline, Air Senegal. It has the mix of major infrastructure to make mobility within the country rather seamless. There are modern highways and roads that run to the center of the country, leading to major economic hubs in what is called the groundnut basin in the center of the country. Also to the very beautiful and green Casamance region, the farming lands of the Ferlo, the economically vibrant Touba city, the incredible region of Kédougou in the east where most gold mining activities are taking place, the northern region where oil and gas production is currently happening, in short, to almost all parts of the country. We have a regional express train that services the Dakar region and soon the Thiès region also, which is directly south of Dakar. This express train also has frequent service to and from the national airport. The airport was inaugurated in 2017 and has a capacity of 20 million passengers per year. It is projected to be a regional hub due to the fact that Dakar continues to polarize major regional and international organizations, and more often than not, international conferences held for the region take place at the Abdou Diouf Conference Center, which is about 15 minutes away from the airport. What Senegal is looking to have is a full-blown regional hub with all facilities needed in such a facility. Therefore, there is an aircraft maintenance center that's at the airport, and also an aviation school that is also being built. I just want to add to that as I mentioned earlier, we have national airline which is put together in order to really have the right mix to reach that objective of being a regional hub. We are projecting to build a second terminal at the airport facing the current one. And soon, one of the biggest projects is the airport city development to be carried by the national agency in charge of airport facility management. This ranges from housing projects to roads, to water and sewage infrastructure, to schools, to shopping centers, hotels, more conference centers, and so on and so forth. And there, I want to pause and again thank Mr. Washington for giving us an opportunity to tour the Denver International Airport, where we've seen many similarities to what we have in Senegal. Not in terms of size or in terms of means, but in terms of layout. It is the same linear layout, and also there is so much space around it. There is nothing around our airport in Senegal, and we are looking to build a city infrastructure around it. So I think it gives many opportunities to those who want to venture in business, especially in Senegal. The latest Mo Ibrahim Governance Index puts Senegal in the top 10 for at least the last 5 years. So in terms of reform and in terms of governance, Senegal has been in the top 10 in Africa for the last at least the last 5 years. Credit ratings from Moody's and Standard & Poor's put us steadily in the stable category, B, B1, B+. GDP growth has been of the best in Africa and in the world, exceeding 5% steadily before COVID-19, and is now picking up again and is projected by the International Monetary Fund at 8.3% and reaching double digits next year. So I think this is very significant that the economy is growing. We were steadily growing and then COVID hit, then we experienced a slowdown like everyone else, but then it's picking up again, especially with the production of oil and gas. And now we are projected this year at 8.3%, and next year we are supposed to go past the 10% mark. The agricultural sector has great potential, with 20% of the Senegalese territory considered arable land by the World Bank. We have sun year-round. We have access to water with generous river streams. On the north, we have the Senegal River, and down to the east. The center, we have the Gambia River. To the south, we have the Casamance River and other streams of water that go through the country. And also, let's not forget that we are on the Atlantic coast, where all the western part of the country is lined on the Atlantic. Now, considering new desalination techniques, water access is projected to be even more attainable in the next few years. Also, it is pertinent to say that Senegal has a goal to reach universal access to drinking water and electricity. We are having as an objective to reach coverage for electricity on the entire territory. We are at about 75% right now, but in order to really attract investors, you have to have a steady and reliable source of energy, and that we are actually, I think, at a very good position, being at over 75% of the territory being connected to the national electricity grid. There are also labor provided that over 70% of the population, I'm sure Director General Sina Gay will expand more on that. Over 70% of the population, as for the last census, which was last year, over 70% of the population, it's a whopping number, is under 35. So we have a very, very young population. There also lays an incredible opportunity in training, as the country is aiming at engaging in big-scale projects in farming, fishing, and all activities in the primary sector. Industry is also a huge potential. Senegal has a growing young middle class with aspirations that are similar to that of their counterparts in the Western world. We are building a new port. We have actually also phosphate that is being produced in the center of the country. I mentioned oil and gas that we have discovered and now that we are producing. And AGOA, going back to it, is an agreement that qualifies Senegal among some other African countries to export to the US some products without tariff and without any taxes. And some agricultural products to qualify, textile, and some other products that could, I think, be a good source of business for Senegalese looking to explore the US market, but also for Americans looking to expand their venture to Senegal or between Senegal and the US. So in short, we want to say that Senegal is open for business. I think to repeat what Selena was saying the other day, we're open for business and we are looking to exchange with you and see what are the areas that you're looking to invest in, and I'm sure we'll be able to find a way to accommodate your need. Thank you very much again, and again, we're open for questions and discussion. Thank you very much.
We'll ask Mr. Consul General to stay on stage, and we'll get to our first panel discussion. Can you help me give a warm welcome to our other panelists, Mr. Phil Washington, CEO, Denver International Airport. Check, check.
Thank you. Thank you.
Check.
Check.
And check. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check. Check.
Without the microphone. Yeah, this one works too. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much for being here for what I think is an exciting conversation. Thank you so much for taking time out of you all's very busy schedules. My name is Jason Galden. I'm a very, very, very proud consultant and advisor to African Leadership Group. As a consultant, it is dangerous to say these words, and I say them anyway. ALG is my favorite client ever. Because what they do, the work being done here really is impactful. It's the definition of true impact, and it's done through true engagements. A lot of advocacy organizations, community-based organizations, they do good work, but they also make big claims. ALG lives up to its claims because they really do improve the quality of life for African immigrants while also unifying the broader community. So I just love everything about this organization. I'm proud to be a part. I'm not going to give you detailed introductions of my panelists here because one, you have the bio in your booklet, and two, we're going to get into some conversation that gives you a chance to know a little bit more about these gentlemen. And so if we're going to dive right in with a non-aviation related question. Mr. Washington, I'll start with you. And the question is, flashback, reflect in your early years. You're a child, you're in elementary school. What did you think you wanted to be when you grew up?
Wow, that's a great question. Before I answer that though, I just want to acknowledge and thank Papa Dia, who has been just tremendous in bringing this event to Denver, and his leadership over the last 19 years or so of this organization. We welcome all of you here, and we're proud to support the effort as well. What did I want to be? I wanted to survive the south side of Chicago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to live.
Yeah.
You know, when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, I must say that I was not really thinking of what my career would be. I was born on the south side of Chicago. I'm the only son of 6. 5 sisters, a single mother that worked 14 hours a day, who caught public transportation. Public transportation and transportation in general was very, very important to me at an early age. So that was understanding public transportation, and now transportation of all modes was probably in my DNA. back then, seeing my mother have to catch buses and trains and that sort of thing. So to answer your question, it was probably, unbeknownst to me, transportation may have been what I was thinking about at that time.
Very interesting. Mr. Consul General, same question to you. When you were a young child, what did you think you would do with your life compared to where you landed?
Very, very different. Growing up, I was actually aiming at being a customs officer.
Okay.
Because we grew up, you know, as a child, you grow up and you see a certain category of civil servants who, you know, look wealthy.
Yeah.
And Sina had an uncle who I looked up to. We used to call him excellent, although we were younger and he was not actually in diplomacy. But just to say, yes, it was my aim. And then later on, I really found myself more active in community advocacy. And then, you know, that's where I actually started working at, and then joined the UN and then landed here at the consulate. But yeah.
Very interesting. Transitioning a little more towards the aviation discussion, I spend most of my time, as far as airports go, at Denver International Airport, where I fly in and out almost on a weekly basis. The airport is great to me. I hear other people have other opinions. It's too large and whatnot. But just the nature of the two airports that you all spend time in. Denver for you, is it what?
Justin National Airport.
No, in New York. New York. You JFK?
JFK.
You spend a lot of time. Vastly different scenarios. So just in terms of the airport world, Phil, I'd like to hear from you, because you have like an airport like JFK in New York that is so dense in a populated area that it's often the subject of complaints. And yet Denver has a bold vision to create more attraction, entertainment, dining, to make it a destination for even non-travelers. So how do you reconcile those two ideas?
Well, the first thing I'll say is, you know, having the land is very, very important. I mean, land ownership is probably one of the most important things, regardless of where you are, anywhere in the world, right? And so Denver International Airport has the benefit and the advantage of having more land than any other airport in the world, except for one in Saudi Arabia. So that's number one, 53 square miles. So having the land, huge advantage. Number two is being geographically situated within the United States and North America, really geographically centered in the center of the country. So we are 2 hours from California, 3.5, 4 hours from New York. We sit in the middle, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing, right? So in between, and the design that the former Consul General mentioned, the design of the airport, which is linear, meaning it's long, elongated, right? And so, you know, the airlines are sort of in a line, if you will, the linear design of the airport that is unlike a JFK, unlike a Los Angeles World Airports in LA, that is sort of circular, and you have traffic jams all the way through, it's congested. And so our design plus the land that we have there for the development that the Consul General was saying allows us to be almost in a league of our own in terms of the possibility of development and all of that. The second thing I will mention, or the third thing I will mention, is the relationship that we have with airlines. we have a competitive mix of airlines. And now what I mean there is we have 3 airlines whose hub or most of their operations are at Denver International Airport. It is unlike when you go to Atlanta. Atlanta, 80% of their airline, is Delta. If you go to Dallas, 85% of their flights are American. With us, it's 3 airlines. Now, what that gives you is a competitive mix that keeps your fares low. And that becomes very, very important. When you have one airline, they pretty much dictate what happens at that airport. And we don't want that dictatorship by the airlines. And so I think I would point to those things that give us a great advantage at Denver International Airport.
You know, it wouldn't be a fair comparison between the number of airports in the U.S. and the number of airports in Senegal, obviously, but Colorado as a state, roughly, where are we at? 5 million in population?
5 million or so.
5 million in population and a major international airport to serve that. We actually have several other airports, but one major international airport. By comparison, what's the population of Senegal?
18 million.
18 million and one international airport?
Yes, one international airport, but we have some regional airports also.
Okay.
But regional airports, there's only one that actually takes international flights, and that's the one in the south, that's in Cap Skirring, in the Casamance region. But so we have 2 international airports, and the former international airport that's in the center of Dakar, and that's where we were actually calling or recognizing some similarities with Denver, where it was located and now moved. It is still kept at well, we call it a military airport.
I see.
Yeah.
Makes
But
sense.
yeah, we have some regional airports, but regional airports are only for domestic traffic. Yeah.
That makes sense. I know you told me to call you Phil, and I just can't help it, Mr. All right, Phil. Listen, there are some things that are just, or at least should be, the same about every airport. Safety, orderly, flights on time, all the basics. What are some things that differentiate an airport, that impact traveler experience, that impact return on investment to the taxpayers? What are some things that are distinctive about an airport that our friends in Senegal should be aware of?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Let me first talk about the similarities, if I could. I think when the Secretary or the General Counsel and I talked yesterday or the day before, I think it was, there are so many similarities. I mentioned to him that we took a delegation to Africa last year, and we were looking at some various things. We were looking at project delivery, one. Project delivery, whether it's design build, whether it's design bid build, whether it's public-private partnerships. We've done all of those between here and my previous experience in Los Angeles, where I was at for about 7 years. So there are some similarities. You mentioned safety as well. I think safety is obviously paramount for an airport. But I think that understanding the finances, and the Consul General was talking about finances as well. I think the airport design, which we talked about already, I think about the idea of job creation in an aviation environment. And these are young people that we want to bring in both here and on the continent of Africa. And that's where I see a partnership with Senegal and other places around on the continent of Africa to do knowledge transfer around aviation. and the Consul General was talking about, or the General Counsel was also talking about power generation. I think there is some similarities that we can talk about there as well. So I see a lot of similarities. There are some distinctions with regard to, you know, routes and that sort of thing, but I think we have more similarities than differences with regard to the aviation space.
Mr. Consul General, thinking about what we all believe is a very bright future for Senegal, do you happen to know kind of the numbers, like how many passengers come through the airport each year, or do you know if the airport has set a goal?
We are at 2 million, and we reached that number last year. Actually, we are aiming at reaching 20 million with the one terminal. And then we are looking to build a second terminal that's going to be right across from where we have the one terminal now, which is going to be on either side of the train station. Actually, we have, like I mentioned, a regional express train that's going to the airport, that's servicing the airport. But it's important that he recalled our conversation that we were talking about financing. We have a viable financing source for Senegal, for the airport. It was built on airport fees. Okay. And that is still there. Okay. So we have a steady source of finances. So in terms of viability of the project going forward, at least in terms of facility development for the airport, we don't have any major difficulty. Now, where we will really need, you know, investors to come in is to develop a city around it. Yeah. You know, again, I was, as I mentioned, when we were at the airport, I'm really hoping that we keep the conversation going so that eventually in the next couple of months, couple of years, we can have officials from the airport come here for benchmarking. Because it's incredible what we can learn from what Denver is doing. Mm-hmm. And in terms of security, for instance, the innovation that, because I was here last year, and I see the setup is different from last year to this year. So just to say those types of innovation could seem not important to, you know, the traveler, but if you are right at the middle of organizing traffic, then you measure the importance of all that. And I think we can definitely exchange more on that. And I'm hoping that we can have the airport come here and have also some members of your delegation go to Senegal. Just wanted to mention that I mentioned 5 weekly flights going to Senegal, but those are direct flights. And we have other airlines going to Senegal, Turkish Airlines, Royal Air Maroc, Air France, Bruxelles, I mean, many airlines. Ethiopian, they all go to Senegal, going to other cities. So just to say that the potential is there and the demand is there, and I think that's the bottom line for airline companies.
That's great. Now,
can I
jump in there?
On real estate development and development around the airport, I think that is definitely a partnership opportunity. The Denver International Airport is an enterprise, meaning we use no sales tax dollars, right? We use none, and that's actually a good thing. And all of the money, all of the revenue that we generate at the airport can only be used at the airport. And that's actually a good thing because, you know, elected officials and politicians are the same everywhere in the world, right? If they see some available revenue, you know, it's like, oh my God, let's get that money. But we cannot use our money off the airport. that is a really good thing. So the money, the funds we make at the airport must stay there. Parking, concessions, other money that we generate must stay there. Now, having said that, on development, what we have done since my arrival is, instead of developing one parcel at a time, which takes a long time for development, or the development of the Aerotropolis, instead of doing it that way, what I asked our real estate people to do is take parcel by parcel. Now just imagine this: a parcel has multiple land lots, if you will. So just imagine a district with multiple sort of lots or spaces in that district. And so I want to develop by parcel or by district, and there's probably folks that disagree with me here around the country, but I want to bring in a master developer by parcel and provide them guiding principles, and then they develop that parcel, which could contain 4 or 5 individual sort of spaces in that parcel. And that way you can develop faster than you would if you just took one area at a time, if that makes sense.
Mr. Consul General, I'm going to try to cite this policy, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, the nation of Senegal has an incentive program to attract development and foreign investment because they are land rich. They have a lot of land, and I'm going to try to get the details right. I think it's the government, if you present a plan and it is approved, the government will give you land. If you use 60% of it for social good, for public impact, you can use the other 40% to do whatever you want. Any kind of entrepreneurial enterprise, any kind of for-profit business. Is that roughly correct?
That is indeed.
That is a phenomenal opportunity, especially, even more for folks who will be in the housing development table talk later this afternoon. Imagine getting the land for free.
On top of that, there are also some tax considerations, because for those who are coming to invest, there is always a tax bracket that is different from the norm. And these are all incentives that are put in place to attract investors. I think what is more important, and I mentioned it, is the level of reform that we've engaged in that has, put us in a position to be stable and, I think, viable vis-a-vis the credit ratings, because they're not our friends, as we know. And if we were not at that level, they wouldn't have given us that level of credibility. So yes, you're definitely right on that.
Phil, we have some folks in the room here are taking a very serious look at investing in Senegal. Related to, by the way, does that land policy apply in the airport area?
Well, the airport area...
Or close to it, I mean.
Yes, because these are national policies, and the airport is actually run by a national agency. Okay. So it definitely falls in that category.
Given that, for any of the entrepreneurs and investors in the room, do you have any ideas about how to capitalize on a policy like that?
Well, first of all, I think it's a great policy. I think there's a number of ways, and it ties into what the General Counsel said earlier about the population. Now, a lot of times you look at countries and they say, our natural resource is this or this, and it's always tied to some sort of land, right? It's the natural resource, in my opinion, are the people. Now, 70% of Senegal's population is under the age of 35. That tells me, one, that's a natural resource, right? Because they're trainable, right? And they are young enough to get into a lot of different things. In terms of the use and that policy that exists right now, there's all kinds of potential uses for the land. Affordable housing is one. Now, we have some restrictions on affordable housing on our property, and so we're trying to work that. But the opportunity for affordable housing possibly around airports becomes very, very, if it's not on airport land, that could be a huge potential. The second is training, some sort of training element, and I see some sort of partnership with the country of Senegal around training in the transportation space. And it doesn't necessarily, aviation is one, but I come from ground transportation as well. So train systems, port systems, you mentioned water, energy. I mean, I see some training opportunities on the land if you put that through. One last thing I will mention is investors now are looking at something called ESG reports. Now, these ESG reports are environmental, social, and governance. And we created our ESG report. I'm happy to share that with you. But that ESG report is not required for loans and for funding here in this country yet, but I see it as becoming a requirement to get loans and grants and that sort of thing. So I can see Senegal creating an ESG report before it's required, right? From lenders here in this investors here in this country, taking the initiative to put together an ESG report. What are you doing around the environmental piece? What are you doing around sustainability? What are you doing around the social piece, which is affordable housing, which is training? That ESG report, if that is introduced to investors here in this country on behalf of Senegal, I see that as a step forward for the country of Senegal to welcome investors, not just on aviation projects, but in the country as a whole.
Mr. Consul General, I have a question for you. We're putting on this forum to basically to be a matchmaking service, right? Those on the Senegal side who are looking for resources with folks in this country who are looking to invest. But here's my question. Investment is not always about capital or singularly about capital. There's also the human capital, the expertise, the education. Describe the condition of Senegal in that respect. You have the training institutions, or you need to bolster those. You have the expertise, or you need to also attract some of that.
It's a great question, and it was actually going to be my follow-up to Mr. Washington's comments, because I think what is more important when it comes to approaches and policies is the level of engagement of the government. And this is at the highest level. In terms of training, it's the political will is there. The president himself and the entire government is committed to the training part of the development scheme, because I think we cannot reach growth and development without training our youth. Right. We have to have quality workforce, labor. Yes. And actually, there is actually a cabinet level ministry that's in charge of training. Mm-hmm. And the training schools that are built by the government, that are nationally owned, actually are all over the country. So it's decentralized. It's not just Dakar. It's not just the capital, but it's all around. So just to say that the political will is there, and action is actually being put out there to show that there is political commitment and political will to make sure that our youth are trained and have the right skills to take on really the need of the labor market.
There's no better preview and plug than that for our next upcoming session on IT and cybersecurity, where our good friend Mr. Ray Sylvain and Madam Directress of AMPEG will talk about how they are embedding a youth skills and employment component to the development of necessary government infrastructure. And so that's a very strategic and important marriage there. Listen, I suspect that when you walked the airport and got a tour and saw, let's be honest, the grandeur of Denver International Airport, you see resources and you see excellence, and it's a great experience. But in your seat, you probably don't have everything you need. So while relatively speaking, you are well resourced, what do you still need that you don't have?
Well, I think it's a great question. I am thankful for what I have, first of all. I mean, you got to be thankful. But yeah, I do need more. I think, we are, I don't know any large airport in this country that is not doing construction. That's number one. And I think it's the same thing on the continent of Africa too. You all are building a new terminal. We were in Addis Ababa last year. They're building a new airport there, and they are forecasting 100 million passengers. And I saw this like last week in the New York Times. So we need to rebuild Denver International Airport, which is what we're doing, to accommodate 100 million, and in 2045, 120 million. So I think that something is going on now in the world, and this is the subject of megatrends and understanding megatrends that will occur 20 years from now, right? We have a specific division, our Center of Equity and Excellence in Aviation. One of the things that they are doing is the study of megatrends. What will happen in 20 or 30 years in the area of aviation, and then planning for that. And so one of the megatrends that we see is that more people are traveling. Now why is that, right? People have prioritized travel. People have said, listen, I will sacrifice like buying a house or whatever to travel because I want to travel. And you're seeing that all over the world. You're also seeing the rise of the middle class on the continent of Asia and on the continent of Africa. We're seeing in Africa where probably 2/3 of the world's population will be on the continent of Africa. And so when you look at countries that are ascending and countries that are declining, I think Africa is ascending. And so it's important for us to understand that resource of those young people, not just in Senegal, but other parts of Africa. And it's important for us being the aviation industry, and in my opinion, the United States, to invest in those countries through knowledge transfer from us to them and from them to us, because of the mega trend of more people traveling. The last thing I'll say is the airport here in Denver was built for 50 million annual passengers. We're almost at 80 now. And we're going to hit 100 in 2027. What's causing that? It's because people have prioritized travel, which means we have to get a new workforce ready and trained to accommodate that travel.
fascinating. Papa, help me. What's a time check? How much time do we have left? Thank you so much. So I have so at 80 million passengers a year, that puts you at what ranked busiest airport in the U.S.?
Right now, we're the third busiest in the U.S. You have Atlanta. Atlanta is at about a little over 100 million. Matter of fact, Atlanta is the busiest airport in the entire world, right? Atlanta. Yeah. Number 2 in this country is Dallas, and then it's us, and we're about to overtake Dallas.
Got it. Well, you're the number 3rd busiest airport in this country, so you have a lot to learn from our friends here, because you're the number 1 busiest airport in your country. Yeah? Yeah. So you can teach this guy some things, yeah?
No, and I like what he said. You know, it's mutually beneficial exchange, and you know, I'm sure there will be some little things that they could learn from us, but we have a lot to learn from them, and we're looking forward to it.
That's great. I have a couple more questions for these gentlemen. I will, it wasn't planned, but I will take questions from the audience if you have any burning questions, and if it's a question, not a sermon. But if anyone has questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll acknowledge. But in the meantime, gentlemen, so from you wanting to be a customs agent, is that correct? To you just wanting to survive the south side of Chicago, and here you are. You are both sitting in seats of tremendously high levels of leadership. And one thing I never miss an opportunity to hear from leaders like yourselves, and I think it's important. I like to hear leaders give us a lesson about teamwork, and the importance and value of working with people, the importance and value of bringing interests together. So in your experience, you've reached high heights of professional levels, and you are looked upon as a leader. You are looked upon as someone that is a decision maker, an influencer, and someone people go to for leadership. But I want to hear whatever comes to your mind when you hear the word teamwork.
I'll let the Consul General go first.
Well, I think it has to be in the heart. And I actually saw it when we went to the airport the other day. We saw what we call, in French we say complexité. We can see how close you are with your team. We could see, that there is no barrier, and it's extremely important. I think in order to garner a teamwork culture, at a workplace, your staff has to be comfortable with you. I think it's important that they feel that they can trust you and you can trust them. Once you establish that trust and you know that they know their roles, I think it gets to be much easier for them to understand that they have to be complementary. One has to build on the other, and the other has to build on the other, and we build on our strengths and weaknesses. But in order to do that, I think we have to recognize each other's strength and be willing to at our personal levels, recognize our weaknesses. Yeah. But again, I think it's at the leadership level. If you show that, you're about that, people will follow.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. What I would add is a couple of basic traits that I learned many years ago, and those are the values that we bring as leaders, right? So there's honesty, there's trust, there's integrity, There's empathy. There's selfless service, and I heard that today in the opening remarks from Papa in setting up the ALG. And so those basics things, regardless of what industry you're in, I think you bring those basic things to the table. I was in the military for, almost 25 years, the United States Army. And I will never forget what my first platoon sergeant said to me. I was 17, 18 years old. He said, "Washington, I should be able to put you in any job in this unit, whether you're trained for it or not." Now, he was not talking about, like open heart surgery or something like that, right? But, he was talking about, I was in a missile unit, Air Defense Artillery unit. He said, "I should be able to put you in any job and you should be able to function in that job within 90 days. And so I think you bring all of those things, those values that I just mentioned to the table, regardless of what job you're in. And as the General Counsel said, the idea of getting the most out of people that you work with. I want people smarter than me.
That's right.
At the table, I do. And so I think all of those things. And I think the last thing I'll say is what an old minister said to me many years ago. He said, "You know what? When you're born, you look like your parents. But when you die, you look like your decisions." And so I really believe that we are products of the decisions that we've made, not on our own, but with the support of our parents and the community.
Oh, that's so well. So that's going to stick. That's going to stick. Listen, one quick question before we wrap up. Charles? Just speak loudly.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Washington and our Consul General. And I have a question that you, Mr. Washington, you did make a statement when it comes to development of parcels of land, which helps to facilitate the investment opportunity. And you mentioned that you've been encouraging investors, master developers,
yes,
to look at different zoning. So they come in with one ability to develop different sectors. What are some of the challenges you've had with that? And how do you navigate around that with the issues of major zoning issues?
Yeah.
Most developers come in and they're just one tunnel minded, they want to develop housing. Then others want to come and do hospitality, hotels, and other schools. So how are you able to collaborate and encourage them and help them to do that? What have been some of the challenges?
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think you have to give them some basic guiding principles, right? And you are the final approval authority, right? And providing them guiding principles and then saying, this is what we envision, starting with the end in mind, and providing those guiding principles, and then you're the approval authority. Now, this is not easy, and you have to check the master developer often, right? But we did this in downtown Denver. If you get to Union Station in Denver, we being the agency that runs public transportation, which I was fortunate enough to be the CEO of before, some years ago, we purchased Union Station with 19 acres around it, and we brought in a master developer, and we told them what we envisioned being there, and we checked in on them. But now, that land, that development around Union Station is worth about $7 billion. That's right. We created what's called a tax increment finance district, which says that the development is down here, usually nothing, And then if you have designated that as a tax increment financing district, you begin to collect the tax increment, and then it gets to its maturity, and you've collected all of that tax increment when it was nothing all the way to the full development. And so you provide that, to answer your question, you provide that overall guidance, and then you make sure the developer is on track.
Clearly, I made a mistake in offering Q&A, but Papa's given me a 3-minute grace period. We're going to take just two quick questions. Fish, and then the brother back there. Just quick questions. No, he's done. Yeah, we got it.
First, I would like to say thank you. And then I'm so blessed actually to see ALG excelling into this stage. We've been there for 17 years, and we are so grateful for you to give this kind of introduction or information. My number one question is, it's very challenging. Raising the human capital. It's a big challenge in the world, in the US. Our school system is broken. I'm an engineer. People with PhD, you hire them, they can do nothing.
Right.
I'm telling you from experience. So my number one question, you said the human capital, training people, training the skill set. So how do you do it? How do you start?
Let me,
it's a responsibility of the government or the, but as a private investor, how can we start it? And then how ALG could be involved in that kind of environment? Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, everyone, he asked about the talent pipeline, human capital, I agree, the broken education system we have here. What are some solutions and how can ALG be engaged? I'm gonna let Phil answer that question, but I also wanna do a little compare and contrast. Here, I agree with Fish, but you correct us if we're wrong, there is a talent shortage. In Senegal, you have a youth population busting down any door available to get an opportunity. So it's kind of the opposite of a workforce shortage. Is that correct? So I want to hear from each of you.
Yeah, no, it is true, and that's why actually I was mentioning earlier that the government recognized that and made it a priority. Actually, all the agency that she's heading was actually created because of that, youth employment. But you cannot isolate employment without having training before that. And training is not just at, it starts, I think at an early age. He mentioned education, and education starts from early on. But what we were seeing is that we were having, the population that you reach a certain age and you can't provide for yourself, and you can, then it becomes a problem. Not that opportunity, that gold mine, that human resource that you have, turns into a problem.
Yeah, that's right.
But if you recognize that it's an opportunity, then you make that ready.
Well said. Very well said.
And just to end, just to give an example, when we were building the airport, we did not have our youth ready to take on those jobs. And then it was like a wake-up call.
Yeah.
So just to agree with you that it is definitely important and actually even paramount that we train our youth the right way.
Phil, quick response?
Yeah, and I'll be very brief. I think there are youngsters that are in the shadow of the airport that will never get on a plane.
Oof.
So you have to go get them. And so we'll have some people here this afternoon. This is why we created our center of equity and excellence in aviation at the airport. We created it, and one of the pillars are career pathways. So we have started in the 5th grade with youngsters that are about 10, 11. We have gone to the schools here in Denver, and we have brought them to the airport. We are exposing them to aviation. This career pathway starts there with kids, and kid comes in and say, I want to be a pilot. We show them the career pathway all the way to being a pilot. And so those career pathways, I think we got to go get them because they don't know we're there.
That's right.
Unless we go get them.
Very well said. Okay, I'm way over time. Brother, do you have a quick question? 1 second, we're going to get you a microphone.
Hello, everybody. My name is Papi. I'm from Senegal, living in Illinois. My question will be for you, Mr. Jason. Living in Senegal, we're like 18 millions, and we got one international airport there. So my question is like, do you think one airport is enough for 18 million? And have you ever been to Senegal? If yes, what was your first impression? And what do you think that we need to work better to get our airport?
Wow. Whoa. Thank you. Yes. My very first trip to the motherland was to Tanzania. And then my next 8 trips to the motherland has been to Senegal.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So in case anybody is unclear, I love Senegal. What was my first impression? My impression was I felt like I found home. It was a beautiful and powerful experience. Everything from the very scenery, to the food, to the culture, to the customs, to the accommodation. My God, your people are beautifully and wonderfully accommodating, and yeah, there's beautiful people there too, and it's, yeah, don't put me on the spot. I don't appreciate your question. I don't appreciate your question. But we touched on the capacity issue a little earlier, and Consul General let us know that the airport will grow to serve up to 20 million people in the next coming years. And so I don't think it's ultimately going to be enough, but they've already got a plan in place. Listen, let me close. Oh, no, please.
Just to again, come back to that precision. We are only at 2 million right now, and our projection at the terminal right now is at 20 million. So the capacity is 20 million, and we are only at 2 million.
Okay.
We are projecting to build another terminal right across from the existing one. If you're familiar with the airport, you know where the train station is built to be at. Right across from the others, from that site, is supposed to be another terminal. So we are projecting, like Mr. Washington said, you know, when you build, you don't build for today. You build for 20, 50 years. You know, so that's the projection. The projection is 20 million, and we are only at 2.
I am way over time. I can't tell if Papa's cheering me on or yanking me off, but. Okay. Let me just close with this. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what you have witnessed here is a clear commitment on both sides to keep the channels of communication open, to serve as a resource to one another, and to look toward a future where collaboration and partnership might be possible. And with that, at the risk of putting you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Mr. Washington, will you do whatever you can to see if you or your designee can travel with the next delegation over to Senegal to explore possibilities and opportunities. No promise or commitment, but just please look into seeing what you can do to get one of your people on that delegation with us in December.
Oh, absolutely. I think I've already committed to Drill Sergeant Selena.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please give me a hearty ALG thanks and appreciation to these gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Phil. It's truly an honor to have you. And Jason beat me to it. Because for me, the main goal is when we put gathering like this together to have clear follow-up. We did not ask you to travel all the way from Africa, from out of state, just to hear speeches. We want to put together next practical steps. And Mr. Washington did welcome us to the airport and really share his commitment to explore the opportunity, because my ask and my dream for many years has been very clear. I would love to have a direct flight from Denver all the way to Dakar.
That's right.
That's what we would like. Dakar is the entry of the motherland, and it's possible because I serve on a committee for the former mayor, and we'll talk about it when he gets here, for years to advise and look for ways. Now, Ethiopia beat me to it, Egypt beat me to it, which is still good, but I believe there's still an opportunity to do that. So my ask of you, Consul General, and all the dignitaries from Senegal, please let the government and the highest authority know there's an opportunity here to have a direct flight to even deepen the relationship between the state of Colorado and Senegal. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you, everyone.
An honor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll immediately transition into our next panel, equally as exciting and engaging, and I'll hand that over to Papa.
Thank you so much. It's interesting how he said his first trip to the motherland was to Tanzania, and the next 8 trip was to Senegal. So, but I'm not, that was his last. So we will transition right to our next panel of conversation. But before we do that, I want to recognize and acknowledge some people we have in the room, and special sponsors, right? So we have First Bank and Dunton, and if please stand up, please, wherever we are, please stand up, First Bank, and let's give them a round of applause. So they are a sponsor and support of ALG for many years. They have a great housing program, and they've been helping us with their support and partnership. We're able to get so many people from the community. Effie is here. She became a homeowner thanks to First Bank. Uzi became a homeowner thanks to First Bank. So thank you so much, and we appreciate the support. Now, as we are transitioning, I just want to recognize some friends we have and people in the room. We have the Friends of Geoul. Please stand up in the room. And they do amazing work in Senegal, actually, and they primarily focus on helping young girls in Geoul when it comes to education, and they've been doing it for many, many years. So please connect with them and reach out with them to see how you can support and partner with them. So we also have Laurie, if you could please stand up, Harvison, with Vistage Leadership Program. So Laurie is a dear mentor. I went through a leadership program, so I'm going to put you on the spot. She worked with Fortune 500 companies, people that own businesses, and she knows a lot of people that will be willing to invest in Senegal. So please, I don't know how I managed it to make it to that circle because I'm not that rich, but she opened the door and welcomed me. Thank you so much for being here. Now, we also have my dear friend and partner, Mr. Kovalis, that he's still claiming he's Senegalese. I don't know about that, but he spent a lot of time, and we're going to have a roundtable conversation this afternoon. He's doing business in Senegal. He can tell you a lot about what it looks like and what it takes to do business in Senegal. Thank you so much for your support and being here for all these years. Now, we also have Binta. Please stand up. She flew in from Senegal. This amazing lady has an orphanage that have 38 kids from 0 to 5 years old. She's feeding them, providing housing, and doing it on her own. No financial support. So please, connect with her and see how you can connect and help, because I know in this country there's a lot of things we throw away, but we could put in usage for the kid that can use it. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you. So I know I just saw my friend Paul Snyder that just walked in. Paul, I'm going to put you on the spot. Please, if you could stand up. So Paul also is a friend of mine doing amazing work on sewing system. And I'm not an engineer, so maybe he can tell you exactly more. But connect with him, but he's involved into building sewing system and how to help you, how to get a very good sewing system when you are building cities. We also have Tony, my friend with Chase Bank, a supporter of ALG also. That's helping us. Tony, thank you for being here. So we have BMO Bank also, they're all the way to the back, so thank you. They are a sponsor of ALG and supporting us for many years, so thank you so much for your support. We also have TBK Bank, and yes, TBK Bank, thank you so much for being here. And just to give you an idea, this is what it takes, and I said this earlier, there's nothing you're going to do, it doesn't matter how smart, how rich, that you can do by yourself. You're always going to need to rely on partner and great people. So we are grateful to every single one of you for your support. And there are many more that you guys are going to see when you come to the gala. Now, again, it's very important to me as we end this day and as we get through Afrik Impact with the gala on Saturday, we'll be able to put our fingers on something that we're going to be doing between the state of Colorado and Senegal. So I want you really to put forward your forward thinking to really explore, because again, it's very important to us that this is not just conversation. This is not just a gathering, but this is a way that we can impact life and set the trajectory for the next generation. So please keep that in mind. So don't come here to gather that the people you're working with together, don't gather with the people that you know, gather with the people that you did not get a chance to meet, because potentially they could be your future business partners. Now, there's one thing that Consul General said earlier, and I want you to just weigh into that and keep thinking about it. In the country of Senegal, over 70% of the population are 35 years old and less. Just take a second to think about it. But yet, what have we been facing lately from the continent? What we've been facing is seeing kids, young people, putting their life in danger, doing what? Crossing the Atlantic Ocean and try to figure out a way to get to Europe or to America. We've seen youth people, I don't know how they managed to do that, but to get through Nicaragua from Africa to try to come to America. And the big question is why somebody is willing to put their life in danger to come to a destination they have no idea what they're going to be finding or what their change could be. For me, when I look at it, there's maybe two reasons. There's a dream. I don't want to use the word that's been sold, but there's a dream in the horizon that they think about, that when they come here, they will accomplish great things. But the other reality is they are in an environment where nobody pays attention to them. I don't believe it's a lack of resources, because those of us that live in America for many years, we're all trying to go back. Every single one of us, you ask us, what is your plan? We'll tell you, we want to go back. So ask yourself, why do we want to go back? And the people we want to find over there, they're all trying to leave. So we are here to talk about this great opportunity that exists in Senegal, while the people in Senegal are trying to flee their opportunity. Now, the big question is, whose responsibility is that? Is it the governor? Is it us? Is it the elected official? I'm a doer. I think it's us. it's our responsibility, those of us in the private sector that have ideas, that have innovation, that care, that have empathy, to really take the lead to change this youth people's life. Now, and the reason I just want to position it this way is mainly because of the next panelist we're going to be bringing. Because this is a project, and you will say, like, how is it tied to youth? And I'm not an expert, but he will tell you how. But also we have the director of the national agency that's primarily focusing on youth employment. That's why I wanted to share with you and put that context in place for you to think about it. And while you're sitting and listening to them, I also want you to keep remembering 70% 35 years old or less. Now, and I've said this yesterday, in America, you have $100, you go and spend it in a minute. In Africa, with $100, you can have this big of an impact. And our friends of Gewul, they know that, right? So don't sit here and say, I don't have money, I'm not rich, I can't do this. Believe me, you can change 1 or 2 lives with a little bit of your time and a little bit of your expertise. So with that, and I'm just going to say it, as Jason said, I'm not going to read people's bio because you have it. And I'm just going to ask Ray Sylvain to join me on stage. And Ray, he speaks both French, English, Polish, Dutch, so many different languages, and you will get to hear. Please help me give him a welcome as he's joining on the stage. So, and I'm going to help the director, Madame la Directrice, Sina Amadou Gay, to join me on stage also. And Jason, I think you have the clicker over there on the table. Okay, Laurie has the clicker. So, Ray, you can have a seat right there in the middle. All right? So, and I'm tasked to facilitate this conversation. So thank you. Thank you. Have a seat, Madame la Directrice. Now, how is our translator doing? So, Max is, okay. So, our translator, how is he doing? She's good. Everybody's getting it. Okay, thank you. Now, I'm gonna start with Madame la Directrice. Now, and this panel you will hear French and English at the same time. But first and foremost, I want to say how proud and happy we are to welcome you here. Very happy. Welcome to Colorado. Now, I would just I want to start with the first question that Jason asked. When you were a little kid, what did you want it to become when you grow up? C'était quoi le rêve?
Merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, je tenais à vous remercier, comme je l'ai dit avant-hier, pour l'opportunité que vous nous avez donnée de venir partager, d'échanger avec nos amis de Aurora. Nous remercions l'ensemble de la délégation venue du Sénégal. Nous remercions aussi la population de Aurora, mais nous remercions aussi plus particulièrement le Consul général.
So thank you so much. I want to start by thanking you, Papa, and so for the opportunity you've given to us to be here. I want to thank the delegation that traveled to Denver, Colorado with me. I also want to thank the Consul General here for his time and input.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, étant enfant, mon rêve, c'était de devenir avocate. J'ai fait mes études à Kaffrine. Moi, j'habite à Kaffrine, une ville qui se trouve au centre du pays, à 200 km de Dakar.
So when I was a little kid, my dream was to become a lawyer. So I came from a city called Kaffrine. It's more like in the center of Dakar, Senegal. It's about 200 kilometers. No. But okay, let me get this stage. So you guys are getting the translation in English, but this is more for the English speaker that need to hear it from French to English.
They're doing it. She's doing it.
Oh, perfect. Oh, thank you. So you guys, perfect. All right, thank you.
Comme je disais, étant petite, mon rêve, c'était de devenir avocate. À l'obtention de mon baccalauréat en 2009-2010, je suis allée à l'université, à la faculté de droit. Étant l'aînée d'une famille de 7 enfants, je me suis reconvertie à l'enseignement. Ma maman est une enseignante, donc elle m'a poussée à devenir enseignante. Donc j'ai été enseignante jusqu'en mai dernier, lors de ma nomination comme directrice de l'Agence pour la promotion de l'emploi des jeunes. Pour dire que mon rêve, c'était de devenir avocate, de défendre plus particulièrement la cause féminine.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. So Ray, I can't wait to hear your answer for the same question.
You're going to be surprised. When I was young, I wanted to be a G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe.
What is a G.I. Joe?
A G.I. Joe is a toy. If you're Americans, you will know. We have the little figurines that were military toys that you can play with as a kid. So I wanted to be a G.I. Joe, and I ended up being a U.S. Marine. So you could say that what I wanted to be when I was young, I ended up being it. From wanting to be a soldier, and I ended up being a U.S. Marine for most of my earlier career. And because from being a Marine, I was able to transfer over to the IT field in cybersecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, Madame la Directrice, le consul, et je pense que ça, ce sont les données que tout un chacun ici va se rappeler, le fait que la population sénégalaise, plus de 70% ont moins de 35 ans. Tout d'abord, si vous pouvez donner une définition de c'est quoi l'ANPEJ, c'est quoi le rôle de l'ANPEJ et depuis quand l'ANPEJ a été créé.
Merci beaucoup. L'ANPEJ est une agence qui œuvre pour la promotion de l'emploi des jeunes. Elle a été créée en janvier 2014. Suite on a regroupé des agences comme l'ANEJ, l'ANAMA, pour avoir une agence plus forte pour pouvoir prendre en charge le besoin des jeunes en emploi. Donc l'ANPEJ a été créé en 2014 pour aider les jeunes à trouver un emploi, mais pour aider les jeunes à entreprendre.
Very good. You've heard it. ANPEJ was created in 2014, so it's a very recent. So, la question suivante. Donc, je vois que ça a été mis en place tout récemment. Pouvez-vous nous dire, avant que l'ANPEJ existe, est-ce qu'il y avait quelque chose de similaire, ou bien comment le gouvernement se souciait de l'emploi des jeunes avant l'implémentation de l'ANPEJ?
Oui, il y avait des structures, comme je viens de les citer. Nous avons l'ANAMA, comme je viens de les citer. Donc, on a vu qu'on avait beaucoup d'agences qui œuvraient dans la promotion de l'emploi des jeunes, mais le problème restait toujours un véritable phénomène. Les jeunes n'avaient pas d'emploi. On s'est dit, pourquoi avoir tant de structures et qui ne fonctionnent pas, qui ne donnent pas de résultats? Donc, il fallait trouver une agence forte pour pouvoir permettre à cette jeunesse de trouver un emploi décent et durable.
Merci. Je vais revenir parce que j'ai d'autres questions pour vous. Ray, now my first question to you, right? I know you just talked to people about what you wanted to be when you were a child. Now, share with people a little bit of your background and what led you to Senegal.
Okay, so as I stated, I started my career as a U.S. Marine. So while I was in the Marines, I also went to the university. I studied business administration, international business. And after I was done with that, and I was the 9th year as a U.S. Marine, I decided to go back to school and get my MBA. I got my MBA, then I made my way to the nuclear research environment in San Francisco, and I spent some time there. Then I went back to where I belong. I went back to the Pentagon, and I worked for the Pentagon for 11 years. From there, I made my way into IT and cybersecurity. In doing this, as a cybersecurity person working at the Pentagon, I had a gentleman from Poland, a military gentleman. He says, "We would love for you to come to Poland and help us set up our cybersecurity infrastructure for the country." And I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I looked at what they're doing. I wrote a white paper. During the pandemic, they called me and said, "Would you like to come?" I said, "Yes." So I got on a plane. I went to Poland. This African American guy going to a country that has very, very, very few black people. I didn't mind, I didn't care, I just cared about the opportunity. Being in Poland, and I ended up investing in Poland. I built a cybersecurity company in Poland. And that cybersecurity company that I built in Poland in support of Polish government and hospitals in Europe, I was introduced to Papa, and Papa asked me would I would like to invest in Senegal. I already knew that my family, my background is from Benin in Africa, so I wanted to do something for my country, my native land. So I thought it would be very nice to bring in my expertise, what I have done before, and bring it into Senegal, only to find out that they have a very crazy problem with regard to unemployment for the youth. And when I did further research, I realized not only they have the young individuals, they're also very talented in IT, in cybersecurity, yet they're not having the opportunities to put to work their skill set. So put all of this together, now I'm really intrigued and very encouraged. And I think Mr. Washington used the word of selfless. That's the key word for me, selfless. What I'm doing, I don't care about anything else but doing something that is, I believe that's going to be bigger than me, right? So this is why that meeting you, meeting people from Ampege really drives my wanting to go back to Senegal and do something that is worth doing.
And you will see that throughout this panel conversation, we will talk about things that we would like to do, but we'll talk a lot about things we are already doing. So this panel that you're going to hear more about things that we are already doing. Now, Madame la Directrice, historiquement au Sénégal, parce que je me rappelle quand on était jeune, la voie normale d'aller à l'école, faire de ton mieux, avoir passé les examens, avoir le bac, aller à l'université, sortir de l'université, avoir tes diplômes et avoir un travail. Qu'en est-il actuellement? Est-ce que ce processus te garantit toujours la possibilité d'avoir de l'emploi? Et si ce n'est pas le cas, quelles sont les raisons?
Bien, comme vient de le dire Monsieur le Conseil général, nous avons une population jeune. 75% de la population ont entre 15 et 35 ans. Donc nous avons la population la plus jeune au monde. Et nous sommes confrontés à un problème d'emploi, c'est un réel problème. Plus de 200 000 demandeurs d'emploi existent au Sénégal. Donc vous savez que c'est un problème. Le gouvernement ne peut pas employer tous les jeunes. Donc, nous avons un problème réel d'emploi. Donc, on ne peut pas garantir qu'avec le cursus, après le cursus, que tu puisses trouver un travail décent et durable. C'est la raison pour laquelle l'ANPEJ et d'autres structures œuvrent pour la promotion de l'emploi, mais œuvrent aussi pour l'entrepreneuriat. Moi, je pense qu'il faut que la jeunesse s'engage dans ce que l'on appelle l'entrepreneuriat, l'auto-emploi. Et c'est dans ce sens que l'ANPEJ ouvre ses portes aux investisseurs ou bien aux personnes comme Ray, Sylvain, pour venir former nos jeunes dans le cadre du numérique, dans l'agriculture, dans d'autres secteurs pour permettre d'insérer le plus possible de jeunes.
Merci beaucoup. So I will transition because most likely some of you might be asking yourself, what is the connection between Page and Ray, right? Because we've been mentioning his name, but we haven't had a chance to mention the business and what he is doing. What are you doing in Senegal, Ray?
Okay, so let me explain it, and by the time I'm done, it may take 5 minutes to explain, and I'm going to start by saying this. The end goal is to employ 500 plus young people from Senegal between now and 2027. 523 to be exact. How are we going to get that done? Well, if you bring cybersecurity to Senegal, which we're going to do, we can leverage the services we're providing to hire all these young individuals. Well, we have to do it properly, and so it could be sustainable. How is that going to happen? First of all, we're going to come in with all the funding necessary to build it. So we will not need funding from the government itself. Second, cybersecurity is a very special environment to work. You have to be well-skilled and you have to be certified. So we're going to build a training center within our infrastructure to train the young talented individuals that are going to be coming from Page. Page is going to be the lightning rod, if you will, where we're going to get all the young talented individuals to come in, where we're going to train them and put them to work. Second, we're also going to do research and development. In cybersecurity, you always have to continue to do research because the bad guys are always ahead of us. Senegal has some of the most talented individuals in cryptography. Do you know the European Union is actually utilized the most talented individuals from Senegal to do their own work? And they're not even compensating them properly. So we're going to put those talented individuals to work in Senegal, in our research and development centers, where we can do research in post-quantum computing, cryptography, and so on and so forth. Then we're gonna sell the services to the European Union, to the United States of America, to Africa. So now Senegal will be becoming the center of excellence in cybersecurity. Third part, we're going to have a security operations center. That's the center that's going to be monitoring organizations, government organizations, hospitals, to making sure their network is not going to be hacked. That's where all these individuals are going to be working. So that's the grand plan on how it's going to work, and the way the plan is gonna go is that it's going to be sustainable, because we expect for those young talented individuals to, some of them will be recruited away and go to the United States, go all over the globe, start their own businesses. That's okay, because we are going to continue to work with Page, continue that pipeline to keep those young talented individuals coming across the country. And this is why we're committing some hefty amount of money for this program to work and give the government the time that it needs to repay it back. The beautiful thing is, 10 years from now, when we're all set, things are set up, we will turn over the entire infrastructure to the Senegalese government, and then we will walk away. That's the plan.
Now, and I'll ask this follow-up. For people that are in the room and say, this is beautiful, this is great, but I'm investing 27, 30 million US dollars. How do I get my money back?
Okay, so the way it's going to work is that we're going to use something that's called economies of scale. I know most of you guys here probably economies of scale. In cybersecurity, it's very expensive to buy that service. And wherever you go in the world, the price is pretty much the same. Let's give you an example. Let's say you have one hospital that would need to pay $100,000 to receive all the services that it needs in terms of cybersecurity. Our plan is saying, we're not gonna charge you $100,000, we're gonna charge you $20,000 or $30,000, which is a small fraction of that amount you would pay. So now you can fit that in your budget. Your next question should be, well, Ray, how do you guys make money? That's where the economies of scale comes. We can take on as many hospitals as possible. So now we have a bigger pot with a little bit of money from everyone who's going to use the services. We're going to do the same for the government agencies. We're going to do the same for any other businesses that are wanting to get the services, and across Africa as well. So that's the way we're going to get the money to be paid back.
Well, just to echo the fact that if you are sitting there and thinking about investing in Senegal, just know there's always going to be an ROI. There's always going to be a return of investment. The country of Senegal is not just asking for money, they're asking to do business with you. So, Madame la Directrice, je vais poser cette question. Parce que pour moi, c'est très important que les gens qui sont ici dans l'audience comprennent le pourquoi vous êtes là. Pourquoi vous avez, en un temps aussi court, vous avez pris la décision. Et si je vous fais part de son parcours, how many flights did she take to get here, you will not believe. I'm going to say it anyway. So she flew from Senegal to New York to Utah, Utah to Colorado Springs. How they get that land to Colorado Springs, I don't know. But just to showcase how focused she is and how much she cares about the youth. So, tout juste pour dire aux gens, pourquoi vous avez pris la décision et pourquoi c'était aussi important pour être ici dans le Colorado et quels sont les objectifs que vous avez par rapport à la possibilité de partenariat avec Ray et aussi dans d'autres secteurs.
Merci. Pourquoi je suis ici? Comme je l'ai dit tantôt, nous avons 75% de la population qui est jeune et qui ont besoin d'emploi, qui ont besoin qu'on les aide. Et moi, mon objectif, c'est de faire que la majorité des jeunes aient un emploi décent et durable. Même s'il s'agit d'aller jusqu'en Chine, j'irai jusqu'en Chine pour trouver des partenaires ou bien des investisseurs pour venir aider la jeunesse de ce pays. Nous sommes confrontés à un taux de chômage démesuré. 200 000 non-emplois, c'est trop pour un pays. Donc cette jeunesse a besoin de trouver un travail. Donc c'est pour cela que je suis venue ici. Il fallait me laisser présenter notre agence. Ce que nous avons et ce que nous sommes venus faire ici. Nous ne sommes pas seulement venus dans le cadre du projet avec Ray, mais nous sommes venus aussi pour trouver d'autres partenaires dans le cadre de l'agriculture, de la formation et d'autres perspectives. Nous avons des projets, surtout dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Nous avons des centres de compétences. Nous avons des fermes intégrées. Et ces fermes ont besoin de renforcement pour qu'ils puissent accueillir le maximum de jeunes, pour aider le maximum de jeunes à s'insérer dans le milieu du travail. C'est pour cela que je suis venue. J'ai fait des kilomètres et des kilomètres. J'ai souffert pendant 3 jours pour venir trouver des opportunités pour la jeunesse de ce pays.
Merci beaucoup. C'est vraiment un honneur de vous avoir ici. Thank you. Maintenant, Ray, je sais que ça fait 2 mois ou 3 mois que vous avez commencé à travailler sur ce projet par rapport avec le Sénégal. Can you speak a little bit about what was the process like? Do you find it easy? Was it challenging? Because I hear you talk, when you talk, you say, you don't say this is what we would like to do. You just say, this is what we are going to do. I feel that sense of belief, that sense of conviction for you. So what was it like and what makes you so much, such a believer in putting this project forward in partnership with Ampage?
The main reason why I believe this is going to happen is because of the fact that, like I said, being selfless is one. Number two is the fact that I put the plan together to show the Senegalese government with a sensitive thing such as cybersecurity. It has national security implications, right? They will have full control of this project. The governance that we structured is for them to be in control, even though I will be bringing the executive expertise and the technical expertise to do the work. I will be taking my marching orders from them. They will understand that the operational concept, the execution of the project relies on me, but I am going to give them the best suggestions, how it's supposed to work, the plan to make it work. Then they will give me the approval or disapproval and go back and redo and so on and so forth. By giving them the sense of understanding that they'll have full sovereignty of managing such a sensitive environment, I think this is why I have full confidence that this is going to work. Another reason is because that we're bringing with us 100% of the funding necessary. We will not be asking the Senegalese government to spend a dime. We're also looking forward for them to provide us with the land that we will need to build the infrastructure. And so I think that it is a win-win for them. Number one is the fact that I can guarantee them the sovereignty of the project is going to be in the hand of the Senegalese government.
So let me ask this follow-up question, and I'll go to Madame la Directrice, and I'll open it up for a couple of questions. Now, and I know you and I went to Senegal, and we met a lot of people. How accessible was the new government? If yes, who was behind to navigate those things for you to meet with these people?
That's another part of the question that I didn't answer. I will answer. I was very impressed when I was there. I met with the Minister of Telecommunications. I met with the top officials in the Senegalese government. I have to thank you because you brought me to places that I never thought that I could go into because of what I'm trying to. The veracity of this project is crazy. I'm walking into a government, I'm saying, I am going to help with your national security issues. Why would you take this guy you don't even know and telling he's gonna help you solve a national security problems? So that's where I was very not sure if this was going to work. And then we've met people like I said, yourself, the ambassador, that was very helpful in getting us to where we need to be. And another thing that struck me is the fact that they listened to what I had to say. The advice that I was given was taken in full scope. I didn't have any feeling of being pushed aside, of shaking heads, but once I walk out, it was the end of that. No, I was very proud of that, the fact that I was listened to, the advice I had to bring, the proposals that I had to bring forward, and thanks to you, we were able to open doors that I never thought I would be able to open. So.
Thank you. Madame la Directrice, vous avez mentionné tantôt les différents secteurs sur lesquels vous êtes focalisés. Vous avez parlé de l'agriculture, vous avez parlé de l'entrepreneuriat. Pouvez-vous partager un tout petit peu comment les jeunes du Sénégal deviennent membres de l'AMPEJ? Pouvez-vous parler un tout petit peu de votre data, la collection et le chiffre, et aussi quels sont les besoins? Pourvu que le cursus académique n'est pas suffisant, quels sont les autres programmes qui existent pour préparer ces jeunes pour des opportunités comme avec Ray Smart Tech Sénégal, si jamais ça se présente?
Merci. Ça sera long parce que nous avons beaucoup de choses que nous faisons à ANPEJ. Donc, nos axes d'intervention, nous avons 3 axes d'intervention. Donc, la première, c'est de faciliter l'accès au travail l'accès aux jeunes dans le marché du travail. La deuxième, c'est de renforcer l'employabilité des jeunes. La troisième, c'est de promouvoir l'entrepreneuriat. Donc, nous sommes implémentés partout dans le pays. Nous avons 7 antennes régionales et 46 espaces emploi. Donc, quand le jeune vient à l'espace emploi, il y a un conseiller en emploi qui l'accueille. Le conseiller en emploi l'accueille, mais l'écoute, ensuite l'oriente. L'oriente par rapport à ses besoins. Les jeunes, quand ils viennent, ils ont besoin soit de formation, ils ont besoin soit d'emploi, ils ont besoin soit de financement. Comme nous, à l'ANPEJ, on ne fait pas du financement, on les oriente à d'autres structures qui interviennent dans le financement, telles que la DER, FJ, ou bien s'ils veulent entreprendre, on les oriente à l'ADPME. Donc, pour aider les jeunes, nous, à ANPEJ, on s'est dit qu'il faudrait qu'on essaie d'aider les jeunes en créant des plateformes. Je remercie M. FAO, je ne sais pas s'il est là, Mahfouz, il est là. En partenariat avec Mahfouz, on a eu à créer 6 plateformes qui sont opérationnelles. Des plateformes où on pratique l'aquaculture, l'horticulture, maraîchage, où on pratique aussi l'embousse, où on pratique l'aviculture. Maintenant, ces jeunes qu'on recrute dans ces plateformes, c'est eux qui ont la charge de ces plateformes. Donc, nous sommes là pour renforcer ces plateformes, parce que nous savons qu'en renforçant ces plateformes, nous pouvons aider beaucoup plus de jeunes à s'insérer ou bien à devenir des entrepreneurs dans le domaine qu'ils souhaitent intervenir, soit dans l'agriculture, soit dans l'élevage, soit dans l'agriculture, soit dans le secteur du maraîchage. Donc aussi, nous avons un centre pour les migrants de retour. Parce que nous savons que l'Afrique est confrontée à un problème de migration. Vous l'avez dit tantôt. Beaucoup de jeunes prennent l'océan pour venir trouver quelque chose ici aux États-Unis, en France ou ailleurs, au Canada. Donc nous avons un centre pour aider les migrants de retour ou bien ceux qui veulent migrer, venir aux États-Unis pour trouver de l'emploi, ou bien venir aux États-Unis pour faire ce que nos amis font, les mots. Donc, ce centre a pour objectif d'accompagner ces jeunes-là à trouver un emploi à l'extérieur. Mais ce centre aussi est en rapport avec les pays qui veulent trouver de la matière au Sénégal, des travailleurs compétents. Donc, nous faisons beaucoup de choses à ANPEJ. Nous aidons aussi les femmes à se développer, à s'entreprendre, parce que nous sommes dans la transformation des produits locaux que nous faisons avec les femmes qui habitent dans les milieux ruraux, parce qu'ils sont confrontés à beaucoup plus de problèmes, parce qu'ils sont loin du centre du pays et que beaucoup de choses ne sont pas accessibles à elles. Donc nous intervenons aussi dans le domaine de la transformation des produits céréaliers.
Merci beaucoup. I know Jason is telling me I'm out of time, but I can't help it but to ask this follow-up question. Maintenant, avec tout ce projet, tout ce que vous avez sur votre plateforme, comment pouvez-vous accompagner les compagnies ou les investisseurs américains une fois qu'ils souhaitent collaborer avec vous et venir au Sénégal pour la formation de ces jeunes et vous assister pour votre vision de l'emploi des jeunes?
Oui, comme on l'a fait avec le projet de cybersécurité, si on trouve que c'est un projet intéressant et qui peut aider la jeunesse de ce pays, on fera tout notre possible parce qu'on a essayé d'ouvrir beaucoup de portes à Ray-Sylvan. Nous croyons au développement de ce pays. Et le développement de ce pays ne passera qu'à travers le développement de la jeunesse. Donc nous ferons tout notre possible et nous ouvrons nos portes aussi aux investisseurs. Venez approcher de notre pays, parce que c'est un beau pays où vous pouvez investir et vous pouvez gagner aussi en retour. Nous gagnerons, mais vous aussi, vous allez gagner en retour. Donc, venez investir. Moi, ce que je veux le plus, c'est dans le domaine de l'agriculture, parce qu'on a visité hier Botanic Garden. Oui, on a visité là-bas. J'ai vu le système d'irrigation. Nous, on a beaucoup de terres au Sénégal, mais notre problème, c'est l'accès à l'eau. Donc, si nous avons des investisseurs qui peuvent venir au Sénégal, nous faciliter l'accès à l'eau, ou bien nous former pour avoir un système d'irrigation performant, donc nous sommes preneurs.
Merci beaucoup. And I know here, yes, let's give a round of applause. And I know in this country, there's a huge challenge of finding labor. I talked to my friend Paul, Papa, I need employees, I need qualified people, right? And I know Laurie also, with some of the people that you work with, they always need qualified people. So this is just another, and I know how much you care, even if you are willing to go to Senegal to train or to coach or share expertise. I think that will be a good way to do that. So Ray, I'm going to finish with this question now. What has been done with Smart Tech Senegal? Where are you? And what is the next step?
Okay, so after we met with the government agencies, of course, led by ANPEJ, I promised the government that I was going to spend the next 2 months and lay out the plan in totality. So before I came here, a couple Fridays ago, we completely developed the plan in details. All the information that they need to make that decision has been fully developed. So now we have to go to a review process, because it has, even though we are doing something to bring unemployment down and hiring the youth, there's still another major player in the game. That major player is the Minister of Interior. Why? Because what we're proposing has major impact on national security. So therefore, there has other players that need to be involved. What that means is that plan we just developed, and currently ANPEJ, Madame la Directrice, are currently reviewing the plan. We're going to finalize it. Now we need to take that plan to all of those key players, Minister of Interior, Minister of Telecommunications, APICS, and so on and so forth, for them to get the communique from Madame la Directrice to say, okay, review the plans, everything is good to go. Then the next step would be to do what we call a sovereign guarantee, where the government will agree to back the project, and then once that is done, then the funding will start coming to Senegal, where my company and ANPEJ, we would lead the way and operationally develop the full plan and start putting people to work. That's the way it will work.
Thank you. So we might have time for 2 questions. Jason is telling me no, so I'll make it. I know there's somebody that's itching. Can we take one? 1 question. 1. Yes. Yes, Latif. Yes, you can project.
My question is for
Sina.
Earlier, like you were talking about helping. And by the way, thank you for what you guys are doing. It's really exciting and it's really awesome. We love it. My question. Thank you. So my question is like you were talking about people that really want to go somewhere else to build something like outside, like trying to help like kids, like people who just want to go, for example, like to USA or Europe, just to.
Can you speak loud, please?
Oh, louder? Oh, sorry. So like earlier, like you were talking about like people who really want to go somewhere else to get a better life, right? And my question is like, are you guys thinking about us, like people like who just want to return back home to invest or like to get a better life there too.
Je peux traduire. Donc, il disait que tantôt vous avez mentionné la majeure partie des jeunes qui cherchent à quitter le pays à travers l'immigration. Est-ce que vous avez pensé à des projets pour des jeunes qui vivent dans la diaspora pour la possibilité de retourner au pays, pour des possibilités d'investissement et de collaboration avec vous?
Oui, pas en pêche. Mais les autorités ont un plan pour les Sénégalais de la diaspora. Donc, avant-hier, j'en parlais avec Bachili, le directeur de l'APEX, avec Bachili et avec Babo Amadouba, le directeur du 3FPT. Ils ont un programme pour permettre à ceux qui sont dans la diaspora de revenir au pays, d'investir et de travailler convenablement.
So thank you. Let's give them a round. I know we are. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, this is what they are going to be around. They're not going anywhere.
Mahfouz.
Yeah, Mahfouz. I know he has a question, but we are past time. So this is what we'll do. We will take break and just grab your lunch and come back to your table, right? And we will take 10-minute break because we have our amazing keynote speaker, the former mayor of Denver, Colorado for 12 years? Yep. 12 years here that understand business, and you will get to hear from him. In the afternoon, we have another panel conversation around farming and access to water. And after that, we'll have the roundtable conversation for manufacturing, energy, renewable energy, housing, aviation, women leadership to impact Africa. So there's a lot of things that's happening. Please, we have our chef David in the house. Thank you so much for feeding us. And please, you gotta raise and be in line first because the food is delicious. So 10-minute break to grab your food and be back at your desk. So thank you so much. And thank you, Ray and Madam La Directrice. Thank you.
So there was one of the mic that, yes.
yes sir. Waka waka, 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 yes sir. No more war, no more violence, no more war, no more discrimination. El presidente. Awa. Adi machatu nem. Kan kido foto koti boli. El presidente. Kula sentu jagi now. Machay kala kadia gete kanan. El presidente. Soy de mi barrio. Los medios de Senegal. Punto León, la vel cornir. Lord de Sindoni. Sanchaba, Ndarchut, Pekin Barakwas. El presidente. Pop and the fata, pop and the fata, pop and the fata, pop and the fata.
Yeah. Hey, send the logic out, your hands in the air. Yeah. Yo. Liga is all, don't go see me. Fight them, Digo Yobu. Chico Pidul, no Musinit. Bend the yarn, village blue. For them, Mulay, Tofu Amosi, Shwana, Molonop. Sock for the Anak Yo. Fussel, Chof, Penny Hop, Lino Busio, Lee Fetchiman, Lee Fessahol. Sorry, somebody, do my content, Doko, get the Moho, get the Cook, again. We are getting lol, fucking dugger. Satan, them sugar. They kontaan ci ñi yàgg lool mere lool ñi yàgg sooy am yërmande si xale bu tooy xam nga rek te bëgg lu nooy suma xol jox naa ko kenn te kenn du ci lenn diggante bu waroon a feeñ yàlla bindoon na ko fenn yàgg leen di nga fi génn ànd bu nekk am ku gën dëgg du ma lay bëggee baba mal tàccu leen seen loxo ca kaw muy gis seen loxo ca kaw loud I wanna hear you seen loxo ca kaw muy gis seen loxo ca kaw yes yo xuran daxa xuran lu ko daxa du am xuran daxa xuran lu ko daxa du am xuran Please, round of applause for the voice of Africa. Baba, baby man, thank you very much, man. This is the king of Africa. Please.
Thank you, Father. Thank you very much. I was telling this afternoon, you know, Daniel Lignol will always be happy to be part of all the projects direct. My brother, my friend, someone that we have to celebrate all over the world, and especially in Senegal, and in the Senegalese community, African community, I can say, is Mr. Papa Dia. Give him a very big applause, please. And he is with Philip, who came with his wife in Senegal. See what's happening down there when we talk about connecting people, bringing people together, communities, countries, continents, and to make a better future for all the next generation. This is what I was talking about. If we want to be an example in our life, we should, all of us, and you guys, and everyone on this planet, to work on peace and a bright future for the next generations. Many of them are here, coming from Mauritania, from Senegal, from Africa. not because they are nothing in their country, but because situations, conflicts, problems, misunderstanding of what is their wishes for this planet, for their communities, make them say one day, I have to go. Please, make them part of your communities down here. Help them to achieve and to make their future bright. Because when they will come back with knowledge, with experiences, with things that they learn in here by traveling, because traveling is the strongest lesson of life. When you travel, whatever takes you away can't stop you thinking, listening, seeing, and knowing something that you can put into your life to change something. Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, the Advent Center, to be hosting me here.
Thank you so much. It's an honor for me and my dear friend Philip to come back on stage to present an award to Baba Mal. And this award, we have somebody that's been loyal to Baba Mal for many years, that was with us here last year, but unfortunately, he has traveled to heaven. And on behalf of the Arvada Center and the African Leadership Group, Baba, we would like to present to you this award we call the Mansour Sek Loyalty Award. Just to let you know, he is in our heart, he is with us. We still remember his laugh, his jokes at my house, and we could never forget him. So he's with us, and as you go back, we want you to take this award, knowing that the Arvada Center and the African Leadership Group are learning from Mansour what loyalty means. So on behalf of the Arvada Center and the African Leadership Group, please accept this Loyalty Mansour Sek Award from us. And we love you and we appreciate you, Baba. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And this is on behalf of the Arvada Center.
And if I can get everybody's attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So how is the lunch? Let's give a round of applause to Chef David. Chef David, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for feeding us. You've been a tremendous addition to the community. Now, as we are transitioning to bring our keynote speaker, I have a few people that I would like to recognize quickly. And I met this person that today for the first time actually, but that's been doing, you know somebody is bigger than you when you hear their name everywhere you go. So Dr. Sedisar, if you could please stand up, please stand up. So I met her for the first time. She came all the way from Detroit, but doing amazing thing like the African Leadership Group in Detroit. So thank you. Can't wait to come to visit you. However we can collaborate and partner, we'll be all for it. Thank you so much for being here. So we had the Denver Chief Police here earlier, so I don't know if he's still around, but thank you for coming. Chief, thank you. If you could please stand up. So thank you so much for your support. You know, security is important, but thank you for taking the time to come. We really appreciate that. So I have my own brother, Omar, with the NAACP. Thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate the support. And as I mentioned earlier, it takes a community. So, and I think the chairman, Phil Fish, says this all the time. Don't let the name fool you, because don't hear the African Leadership Group and you just think about it's about Africa. What we do is mainly about people, about human beings. So again, welcome to the family, and we'll carry on with the program. But also, we have the director of the National theater, Daniel Sorano from Senegal. Please, Usman, if you could please stand up. So he came all the way from Senegal. And as we know, art and culture play a vital role when we talk about building bridges. So he's here exploring opportunity of partnership for art, visual art, dance, bringing artists. So I am not a promoter. Sometimes people talk to me like I'm a promoter. I am not a promoter. So please reach out to him. And Usman, where are you? So we have Usman Faye. Usman, where he's sitting also, he came with him also. And they're really promoting the African Senegalese artists and culture. Now, so I think what happened in this case, we asked for this gentleman's bio. And Laurie, what did we get? How many books? So it tells you how much this person have done, right? So it's one thing when some people they have title, they're the mayor, they're the governor, they are authority, but it's another thing when you can comfortably call somebody a friend, right? So Mayor Hancock is a friend to me, a friend to our community for many years. He was the mayor of Denver. Anytime something happened in the community, a few years ago we had that crisis with the death of the Joel family. The mayor was the first one to show up to the there to comfort us. Anytime we are dealing with situation, the mayor is always there, always accessible and always available. And that's very important. And he will tell you, I think he did his DNA. At some point he said he found out from Cameroon. I told him that's a mistake. You are literally from Senegal. So I can see how we look alike. But now to have him as a keynote speaker, as somebody that's been in that level of authority of doing business and dealing with businessmen, and have him now as somebody that has an international consulting firm that really can advise and talk about business, we couldn't ask for a better opportunity. Somebody that knows how things happen at the government side, but also how things move when you are doing business. To have him as a keynote speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, I really want you to pay attention if you are really serious about doing business, and give a warm welcome to my friend, brother, Mayor Hancock. Thank you so much for taking the time and being here. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, give this guy a round of applause. Doesn't he look good? Papa Dia, thank you so much for having me and for that kind introduction. And I'm really digging the beard, man. That looks real good on him. Doesn't it look good on me? You know, getting old looks good on you. Oh, where's the wife? Oh, there you are. Good to see you. To our friends and family from Senegal, welcome to Denver, Colorado. It is a pleasure to welcome you. One of the first things when they threw this picture up that I learned is that I got to look at my headshot before I show up. I'm wearing the same tie that's in the picture. That's a first lesson you learn. Let me do this first and foremost. I want to welcome the Senegalese delegation to Denver and thank the Afrik Impact Investment Forum Planning Group, and of course the leadership group, the Africa Leadership Group, for your tremendous work in putting together this great forum. This is so important. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, and I won't be long, but I want to celebrate what's happening here, what's happened here for the last few days, and how honored we are that the people from Senegal, the leaders from Senegal, will take the time to come here. Having led a couple delegations to Africa, I can tell you their sacrifice away from your families, tremendously expensive to do it. And so when you come, we recognize that you're not just coming to take a vacation day. This means something to you. And it means something to us for you to take the time to do this. I also want to, before I get into my words, acknowledge our Consul General for over a decade now. Consul General Dow, thank you so much for your leadership, your partnership, and for really leaning in as you have done for so many purposes here in our city and our state during your tenure here. We owe you a debt of gratitude. You have represented Senegal and the continent very well. I understand that there are some mayors in the room from Senegal. To Your Excellencies, thank you for being here as well. We understand the sacrifice it takes for you to leave your area of responsibility, and we're grateful that you have come to see us. To the university leaders, the business leaders, thank you as well for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here as well. As I mentioned just a moment ago, I have led 2 delegations from Denver while I was mayor to Africa. One to Kenya and South Africa, where we spent time in Joburg and Durban, and really understood the impact and the importance of doing business and the opportunities that exist as well. And if Phil Washington didn't mention it, just over a year ago, we were in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and Egypt, Cairo, Egypt, where we were working to establish a direct flight between Denver and those 2 countries. But I gotta tell you, I'm most proud of the fact that when I was 17 years old, I landed in Dakar, Senegal. And I spent a week there. And I remember how beautiful the land was, and I remember how beautiful the people were. I remember the richness of the conversations and the hospitality that we received. So I saw the beautiful skin that you can't buy. I saw the way they cared for something as little as their teeth with the, what do you call the bark that you all use? A toothpick. No, it was you're brushing the teeth with the bark. And we saw that in the airport. And I saw a lady doing that, and she had the most beautiful white teeth I've ever seen. If America ever realized that, you know we're going to capitalize it, right? But it was the Senegalese who introduced me to that technique. And so I want to start, before we jump into the business of this, just briefly give a tribute to the African people, my people. I took a drive across the Deep South last summer after I left office. I was just telling Rashad, 3,000 miles across the Deep South to study the history of Africans and African Americans in this country. Flew into Louisiana, drove from there to Mississippi, from there to Alabama, Alabama to Georgia, Georgia to North Carolina, or South Carolina and North Carolina, and then to Virginia. 3,000 miles, 21 days by myself. I walked on former slave plantations in Louisiana and South Carolina. And while I was walking across one of the plantations, something struck me as I looked at the beautiful colonized or colonial buildings that were on those plantations. I looked at the slave quarters, and I saw the richness of the fields that were still fertile. 500 years ago, the history tells us they captured slaves and brought them to the United States of America. But when you walk across those plantations, you realize they didn't capture slaves. They enslaved them. What they captured were master architects. They captured master carpenters and master farmers and doctors and nurses and teachers. They captured the best of the best of the best. And they brought them to this country and enslaved them. They weren't slaves, they were brilliant men and women. And if you don't believe me, go walk on those plantations and see the buildings still standing 400-500 years later. We need to celebrate that. They came from Senegal, yes, Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya and Cameroon, where my people came from. And so it reset my whole attitude that when we visit and when we think of Africa and the brilliance of Africa, we must understand that every time we walk into the White House, it was those people who built it. Every time we walk into the Capitol where Congress meets, it was those Africans that built it. Not only did they build it, they were supposed to be unlearned, but they read blueprints. They could tell you which direction the house should be built so you can capture the evening breeze. And so today I'm in awe and in honor to be in your presence. And it also reminds me that we must stay steadfast with focus on helping to break down the stereotypes and the barriers that keep investors from this country from investing in Africa. It is the richest and most profound continent in the world. But yet, it gets only a wink and a nod from many American investors. So I spent some time since my transition from office studying the continent of Africa and what are the barriers to people doing business in a country that we find so rich. Because every time I've been there, I see economic opportunity. Senegal, I can tell you, when we think about those barriers, quite frankly, checks every box in terms of why people would do business in Senegal. You have the most stable democracy on the continent. You have, as has been pointed out a couple times, emerging industries that, quite frankly, are aligned with not only America, but the rest of the world. And you're investing in critical infrastructure, as we've heard discussed here with cybersecurity, just being one example of an investment that makes a lot of sense and, quite frankly, sets you up for market investment. And you have, as been pointed out to me, one of the youngest populations on the continent who is eager to engage, to learn, and quite frankly carries the the entrepreneurial spirit as other countries around the world. Perception is reality, as we like to say here in America. And what we have to work on, and what the forum is doing here, and what Papa Dia has done so phenomenally well, is oftentimes it's only through interaction, through coming in contact and going over and building up your awareness and understanding, are you able to bridge the gaps of misunderstanding and misperceptions. That's why this forum is so important. Because Senegal may very well suffer from general perceptions about the continent of Africa and doing business in Africa. I want to share with you those three perceptions that might very well be, and I believe, misperceptions of Senegal, and you are just simply victims of those perceptions about the general continent. And by the way, I will say there are a lot of countries in Africa that don't meet these perceptions, supersede them. One is government stability. Making sure that if when we're there, we're not going to be a part of a coup, engaged in chaos, instability, that people will feel comfortable going there. Extremely important for American investors. These are the top three that I've heard from people who invest all over the world. Senegal checks the box as one of the most stable democracies on the continent of Africa. The second one is monetary control. I know the IMF is greatly involved in many of the countries in Africa. And recently they've had as investing in Senegal, saying we must correct your valuation of your currency to be more competitive in the marketplace. And I watch that very closely, because what the markets are most jittery about is an authentic setting of a valuation of your currency. Whether it is the Japanese yen or it's the American dollar, investors want to know that the monetary policy and controls are in place, and that we can measure the valuation or the ROI, return on investment, based on starting with the valuation of your currency and our currency versus that currency. Extremely important in every marketplace and economy in Africa, that is in place. Monetary controls also means that when we put and invest money in, we can get our money out. And I believe and I know that Senegal suffers from that misperception. And it's not Senegal, but perception is reality. And so we've got to bring people to Senegal to see that it's not here. And we have to work with the other markets in Africa to overcome those perceptions. So thank you, Senegal, for having your monetary control in place. And finally is the safety element, that my people are safe when they come to work there, that I'm safe, and that we're not subject to being defrauded. We're not subject to being costing more to do business because you got to take care of certain people along the way. And unfortunately, that's the biggest concern. I remember speaking to one very prominent investor, businessman here. He says, I can't touch it. And he wasn't talking about Senegal, he was just talking about Africa. He says, I got to know that when I go in, my people are safe. We can do the project and we're not subject to more costs because we got to take care of certain people, individuals. It's about the integrity of the business process. Senegal, thank you for bringing integrity to the business process. Those are the things that matter. And so the news for Senegal is bright. And Papa Dia, I want to say this to you directly. I know you invited me to be a part of a delegation last year. And I couldn't be there, but I want to encourage you to keep doing it. Because it's again, bringing me closer and making me more familiar with the partnership and the opportunities in Senegal and being able to check all those boxes that will more encourage me to be an investor in Africa and in particular Senegal. We have to do this on a one-to-one basis. Not everyone has the ability to invest in Africa or Senegal. And sometimes we may just have to grab one investor and say, let's go, we're going to show you personally. And those are the stories, and we heard one of them up here today. Once we did it, he or she was like, let's go, I got it. We got to keep doing that. Familiarity breeds content. And that's the message I wanted to bring today. To keep going, don't be discouraged. We got to overcome the misperceptions about doing business in Africa, the continent of Africa. We've got to get to those states or countries in Africa and make sure that we build the ability and capacity to overcome some of the antics that may occur there, because it does hurt other states and countries like Senegal who are aiming to do the right thing, who've addressed the issues of safety and monetary control and government stability. Let me finish with this thought, and I want to end on a positive note. And this story was told to me by a prominent American who had gone, African American, who had gone to Senegal. And her first trip to the motherland was very emotional for her. As Senegal being the closest and probably the busiest place that Americans land first in Africa, you probably see this a lot, where she became so emotional that she started crying and fell to the ground and kissed the ground, because this is an emotional moment, probably similar to when a Jewish person goes back to Israel for the first time. And while she was on the ground, she heard what we in the U.S. call the sucking of the teeth. Like when you're in trouble in church. And to which she stood up and she looked up and she saw a beautifully dressed Senegalese man looking at her going, And she looked at him and said, brother, what's your problem? And he just said, you know, you black Americans, you crack me up. And she, with tears rolling down her face, said, what do you mean? He goes, you don't know who you are. And she said, what do you mean I don't know who I am? He said, I come here every day. This is what I do as a hobby. Come watch Americans show up, particularly blacks, and they fall to the ground, do the same thing. You start crying, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, what do you mean I don't know who I am? He goes, you don't know who you are. Tell me more. The man said, don't you know? He said, 450 years ago, they came here and captured you, your people, and took you over there. And he said, across the Atlantic, millions died. Millions survived. And then you got over there, and like cattle, they put you up on a stage and auctioned you off. And instead of being enslaved, millions took off running, fought for their freedom. And he said, thousands died, but yet thousands survived. And he said, you don't know who you are. He said, who am I? He said, you know, for 200 plus years, y'all were made to slave that nation, to build it, to become the greatest nation in the world on your backs. And instead of being enslaved, millions ran and millions took their own lives. They died. But yet millions survived to allow you to be educated, get the resources to come back to the land, and of course fall on our land and cry. He said, you don't know who you are. She said, I think I'm getting close, but finish this for me. He said, don't you know who you are? Those of you who get the blessing to come back to this land, you are the offsprings of the heroes and heroines who chose not to be enslaved, but yet you survived. You are the best of the best of the best. And our hope is in you. So unite us, bring us back together, and let's work together. Thank you, Papa Dia, for uniting us, for working with us, and bringing us back together. God bless you all. You bet, brother. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Absolutely. Will be a very, very tough act to follow. Please help me give a round of applause to Mayor Hancock. Now, you know, a couple of things I want to say following up on a few things that he mentioned. When we look at the Black American, and as I said yesterday, I struggled to say even Black American. We know historically there have been so many names that was used for us, right? Sometimes it's African American, and sometimes it's Black American. And for me, as I'm concerned, we're all people. All people. So, and Selena went there, Bianca went there, and us as African, we've been colonized. We've never been enslaved. Two different things. And throughout the journey, and when we talk about economic impact, when we're talking about investment in Africa, we don't see a lot of Black American. We don't. Why? It could be some of the misconception that the mayor talked about. So I'm saying this to say the continent is open. And for me, I mean, as I stand here, there's a lot of memories that come back to our recent trip. I was standing at Gorée Island with my sister Bianca, and we were looking at the Atlantic Ocean facing the United States. Tear coming out, and I looked at her, and I said, throughout all the, whatever happened, whatever we call it, but guess what? We are back here standing shoulder to shoulder. And that was a powerful moment, and our photographer kept a picture of that. So all this to say, we are more powerful when we come together. And I know we hear it all the time, but here at the African Leadership Group, this is what we do. And that's what we are about. So Mayor, thank you so much for some of those things that you mentioned about the country of Senegal, some of the things that you mentioned about the continent. And if you are on the fence, just give it one opportunity. Be part of the delegation that's going to be traveling from December 2nd to December 14th. If you haven't been to Africa, if you haven't been to Senegal, I can tell you that you will be transformed. And I'm going to dare to give you an example, and I'm going to look at my mentor here, a business partner that I went to, Mr. Kovalis. If you could you please stand up? Please, just a minute, please. So, yes, please, give him a round of applause. So I've known this gentleman for more than 16 years. I met him when I was a banker, and he came and at the bank screaming and yelling, and I want to talk to the manager. So, and I came out, this guy, you're the manager? I said, yes. And in 2019, I came to him and I said, look, I'm getting an award from the government of Senegal. I want you to come with me. Like the mayor mentioned, his reaction, like, me? Senegal? You crazy? Never. He said, never. And I looked at him and I said, I promise you, you will never be the same person. Yes, change your life. Today, this man is spending more time in Senegal than I do. More time in Senegal than I do. Have a business over there that employ more than 50 people. Together, we established a foundation that provide eyeglasses to children and elderly people. And yes, you're right, Mayor. This man at 9 p.m., 10 p.m., he will leave the office and take a 10-minute walk to his apartment. Nobody bothers him. He told me that I feel more safe in Senegal than I feel in America. Now he enjoys Chebujan, he enjoys Yassa, so he knows everything about the culture. But I want to recognize the fact also, you went there and be part of the community. You did not go there and say, I am here, you are there, and that's what we ask. All we ask is when you come, be part of us. Embrace us, embrace the community, try our food, try our dress. So please, Selena and Bianca, could you please stand up, please? Look at this beautiful dress. They got this from Senegal. So they went with 1 suitcases, they came back with 10. And every time I'm going to Senegal, they send me money, Papa, buy me more stuff. All this to say, and I know everybody will tell you how great their country is, but what I'm saying about Senegal is relevant for every single country in Africa. We might be 54 countries, but our culture is similar, our food is similar, and that is the main reason we have the African Leadership Group. You have somebody from Eritrea, somebody from Ghana, somebody from Liberia. It doesn't matter who they are, where they're from, but this is who we are as a family. So, Mayor, I just wanted to say this to echo your comment, and thank you so much, because when it comes from you, it's more powerful than it comes from me. So I appreciate all the comments to that. So, Mr. Kovalis, thank you so much for being part of it, and everything that you are doing alongside me, changing lives and transforming people. So thank you. Again, if you are interested in just being part of the trip in December, let me know. Let my wife ask to sitting here, or leave your business card on the way out, so we'll get you more information. Now we'll carry on with the program, and as I transition for that, I would like to recognize Ahmed Cham. Please, Ahmed, could you stand up, please? He's the president of the Senegalese Association that came all the way from Senegal. Mr. Cham, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate the support. And we also have Mr. Aliou Sall that came from Koungheul. So another department in Senegal coming here looking and seeking way to do business. Thank you for being here. We also have Dr. Sow, who's an eye doctor. So we visited the ophthalmologic department yesterday. So thank you for your partnership for doing free consultation and helping kids with their eyesight. We have Fatah El Presidente. So that is here, so doing amazing things. We have Mustafa Ndoy, that's from the community that live here. And we have Usman Ndoy that's doing amazing things. Make it a point to connect with all these people. Some are here visiting. I'm very hesitant to introduce my childhood friend because of how many bad stories that he knows about me. Because I've been keeping him away, especially away from my wife. But Musa Tin, a childhood friend, we go all the way back to high school for making the trip to be here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now, we will transition to a very, very, very important sector, which is farming and agriculture. Now, and we know that, and I think Colorado serves as an example for the role they play into farming. And when we talk about sustainability, you got to start with sustainability around your food. How do I provide and get the same thing that I eat, right? So we have amazing people that have a lot of expertise. And Laurie, do we need another chair here? Okay, so we'll have another chair. So, well, this is going to be so interesting because the people that we're going to have here have a lot of expertise, and I want to start bringing on the stage the people that I work with here at the Denver Botanic Garden that I had the privilege also to travel to Senegal. So everybody I take to Senegal, they have to take their nationality being from Thiès because that's my city. So I don't let them to be from any other city but from the city of Thiès. So Jennifer, could you join me on stage? Phil, could you join me on stage as well? And now, they both work for the Denver Botanic Garden. And if you did not know, I serve as the board of director here at the Denver Botanic Garden for the last 6-7 years. And we have a great partnership. This place has become home for us. And the partnership has evolved to really seeking for international partnership to do some work in Senegal, but in Africa, and you will hear more about it. So thank you so much for being here. Also, I have the amazing honor, and we have the amazing honor, to have two amazing guests that are expert on the field, Professor Jeju and Mr. Mahfouz, if you could join me on stage also. Professor Jeju is the director of the National University, Agriculture University in Senegal, and Mahfouz also worked for a UN agency, FAO, based in Senegal, that have a lot of program when it comes to access to water. So, where do we have the mic? Right behind me. Okay. So, and I am tasked to facilitate this conversation. Here we go. Okay. Okay. So, now, the Denver Botanic Garden has some slides. We'll go over it. Now, there's been a theme of questions that we start asking this morning. And I'm going to start with that same question after you introduce yourself. What was the dream when you were a little kid that who you wanted to become and what you wanted to do? Jennifer, I'll start with you.
All right. Hi, I'm Jennifer Riley Chetwin. I'm the Director of Marketing and Social Responsibility here at the Gardens and the co-director of the One World, One Water Center, which is an interdisciplinary water studies program that we run with Metropolitan State University of Denver, a local university here. Water is my passion, and that's actually what brought me to Senegal to learn more about the water situation there. But before I wanted to dedicate my life to water issues, I wanted to be Jane Pauley, who was a broadcaster in the United States. I thought that was what I wanted to do when I was a kid.
Jane Pauley, thank you.
She's a morning news person.
Phil?
Good afternoon. I'm Phil Douglas. I'm the Director of Horticulture and Center for Global Initiatives here at Denver Botanic Gardens. And I'm lucky enough to get to lead a group of people that take care of all the plantings, everything living in this living museum that we're lucky enough to work at. I think as a kid, I think my only dream was to be able to find some sort of career that would keep me connected to the natural world and to get to not spend all my days in an office and get to connect with plants and animals and just the living world around me. And I've been very blessed to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Sar Mahfouz.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mahfouz Sar. I'm Program Officer in FAO, United Nations Food and Agriculture in Senegal. And really happy to be here. And I am ecologist, and really happy to work on food and environment. And yeah, come here to have a collaboration with Denver Botanic Garden is an important aspect for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Jeju.
Thank you. I am Professor Ibrahim Jeju. I'm the director of National School of Agriculture in Senegal. My field is agronomy and ecology, and I'm very happy to be here today to share our ideas in terms of collaboration with Denver Botanic Garden. I thank a lot the Denver Botanic Garden for their support, and also Dr. Papaja. Yes, and I will talk some about our National University of Agriculture, and maybe, as I said, some ideas in terms of collaboration with Denver Botanic Garden. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as we transition to the slide that the Denver Botanic Garden put together, so every morning we'll wake up and I'll say, Jennifer, what do you want to have for breakfast? Get what she said. Yassa poulet.
Yassa poulet.
So I want to turn it over to you and just to present a little bit more about the Denver Botanic Garden and the project between Phil and you. Thank you.
Wonderful. If you'll just go to the next slide. So Phil and I were very fortunate enough to travel with Astu and Papa Ja and several people from Denver last February to Chess and to Dakar and some other places in Senegal. The purpose of the trip was to examine opportunities for Denver Botanic Gardens and the One World, One Water Center, which I mentioned previously, to lend technical expertise and provide some guidance to an urban greening initiative and perhaps the creation of a botanic gardens there, along with some urban farming initiatives. Our Chatfield location here is an agricultural location. Has anyone been south? I know several of you visited yesterday. So that is our agricultural site, and that is where we really focus on water efficient, regenerative agricultural best practices. And through relationships with entities like the Food and Agriculture Organization, based in Rome, but also through offices throughout the world, including the one where Mahfouz Sar works in Dakar, we have the opportunity to share best practices on small-scale urban ag in a water-efficient manner. And our water center is a member in the Global Framework on Water Scarcity in Agriculture. It's called WASAG. It's a program that the UN Food and Ag Organization runs. So our meetings there last February included a visit to ENSA, the École Nationale Supérieure d'Agriculture, and then also a visit with the Food and Ag office there. And we remain very interested in collaborating to cross-pollinate on what's going here in a semi-arid climate with regard to horticulture and agriculture, and what lessons can be learned and applied in Senegal. So I'm going to turn it over to Professor Jeju right now, who will give a little information on ENSA.
Thank you, Jennifer. So ENSA is, as I said, National University of Agriculture, created in 1980, and our main mission is training of agronomist engineer, also promoting research and innovation in agriculture, and supporting communities with our expertise on agriculture. So the second point I want to address this morning is to talk about some concern of agriculture. Everybody here knows that after our independence, our government placed the agriculture as a high priority in Senegal. And until now, we didn't realize our objective of food sovereignty. Why? Because we have some challenges and also some constraints. And I will not address all the constraints here, but only two constraints. One is soil degradation, which is a very big problem. And the other problem is water scarcity. And I spent around 20 years working on that field in terms of research. And we have two shrubs which are very common in Sahel, in Senegal. And we tried to use these shrubs in association with crop to increase organic matter in the soils, and also using one faculty of these shrubs, which is what we call hydraulic lift. These shrubs have the faculty of bringing water from the deep horizon of soils to the superficial horizon of soils and humidify this soil, and it can buffer the drought when in the cropping season. And so we worked on these shrubs, and actually we get some interesting results, and we are promoting this system, I can say, across actually Sahelian countries. So the other point also I want to address is our collaboration with Denver Botanic Garden. We want to settle a botanic garden in our school because for plant biodiversity conservation, as we know, biodiversity is the foundation of agriculture. And also environment degradation is a big challenge in our country. And I think if we realize this project, it can be used as an area of education, an area also of awareness of people to conserve environment, but also it can be an area where all the population of Dakar and Thiès cities can visit, and but also it can be an area of scientific exchange with as a botanic gardens and across the world. So it is a very, very interesting project for us, and I think if we can realize this dream, I'm sure it can be a model which can be replicated across our country, but also I can say West Africa, because I traveled a lot in West Africa, and I never see really, maybe it exists, but I don't see a botanic garden in other countries, and it's very, very important. What I see here is very, very interesting, and we will put, and I think Denver Botanic Garden can be a partner in terms of capacity building. Yes, and if we, in terms of designing or the garden, but also, yes, the people who will be work in the garden, maybe they can beneficiate in terms of capacity building to manage this garden. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So we'll turn it to Mahfouz, introduction for about
yes.
FAO. Yes.
Thank you, Papa. For myself, I will talk to our collaboration with FAO and the government of Senegal. The collaboration, the partnership began until 1975. And the mission of UN Food and Agriculture Organization is to support governments in terms of strategic plan, and also operationalization of projects on the ground. And in Senegal, we work in the agro-silvopastoral sectors, agriculture with big A, agriculture, fishery, and also livestock, also environment management. And we implement several projects in this sector, the primary sector. And one aspect we discussed with Denver Botanic Garden is also to take into some interest, two interests. One, we talk about already water access. It is really interesting because we implement a project where to give a sort of response, answer on the water access issues. In one part of the northern Senegal, where is really rainfall is really low, we have 400 millimeters per year, and where population communities which are there have really difficult to access to water. Women can do 10 kilometers looking for water. And to give a response to that is to build one technology to harvest rainwater during the season. This water can be used in the dry season because we have 3 months of rainy season and 9 months of dry season. And we developed this technology. I think we'll go talking with Denver Botanic to see how we can improve this technology and how we can scale up this. The second aspect is green cities. As you know, FAO launched a green city initiative in 2022, where from the green cities to see how we can develop urban forestry, urban food system, and urban agriculture, urban and peri-urban agriculture. And the connection with Denver Botanic Garden is really interesting here. This morning, we have visited the Denver Botanic Garden, and I see that when the communes we have in Senegal engage themselves, making areas where we can have gardens, we can have urban forestry. They can help on to face to climate change and also to make a very nice environment, enable environment for communities to go through that. I think it'd be really interesting to have a partnership to develop this in Senegal.
Thank you so much, Mahfouz. And as you can hear, there's a lot of focus around access to water. Water access and the expert, there's a lot of water underground, but how do we have access to it? You cannot talk about farming and sustainability if you don't have water. So I'll turn it over to Phil that will dive deep into the partnership between the Denver Botanic Garden, NSA, and FAO.
Thank you. So when I visited, had the pleasure of visiting Senegal last year, I discovered I was the only person on the trip that spoke no French. But luckily enough, when I met Professor Jejo, he and I both speak botanical Latin, and that became a really wonderful connection for both of us. When Professor Jejo showed me the land that is set aside on the university there to build a botanic garden, it's clear that people there are very passionate about getting this project off the ground, and it's very exciting to me. Here at Denver Botanic Gardens, we have the pleasure of really seeing the role that a place like this can play in a community, how it can develop community, and how it can build impact in a place. It gives people a place for respite and a place to connect with nature and to build appreciation for biodiversity. So we're really excited about the idea and the prospect of being able to partner and assist with some technical abilities and design and just helping to push this project forward and off the ground. I think it can be a really amazing thing for INSA there to be able to provide this space for community and for teaching and education there. The second piece is hopefully going to be partnering with everyone here on stage and with Papa in creating sort of a scalable urban agriculture system. And this is all going to have to revolve around sustainable access to water. So if we can create a way and create investment behind creating systems where we can access this wonderful aquifer that is in Western Senegal, we can create scalable systems that will provide access to water, jobs, education, and training, and then actually secure food for people in those regions. So that's something that we're really passionate about, something that we believe in the impact and the role that we can play in that, and are happy to assist with that. Do you want to discuss One World, One Water a bit and the connection there?
I think I touched on it, so.
Okay.
Very good. So what I want to do with this session, I don't want to ask all the questions because I know we're talking about farming and access to water, and I know people in the audience have a lot of questions. Now, I'm just going to ask one question and open it up to the audience. So my question is, Professor Jeju. Now, as a leader of the university that's tasked to prepare engineers to have an impact for farming for the country, how many engineers graduate every year? That all the 100% engineer goes to that field. But if we have such a school, why are we still facing the challenges that we are facing when it comes to farming?
I understand very well your question.
Non, je peux poser en français aussi. Étant le directeur de l'université LENSA qui est chargé pour former des ingénieurs en agronomie, pouvez-vous dire il y a combien d'ingénieurs qui sortent de l'école chaque année? Comment peut-on expliquer le fait qu'avec une école telle la vôtre, qu'on puisse toujours rencontrer des problèmes en matière d'agriculture avec de l'expertise aussi approfondie?
So thank you. Actually, we have around between 60 and 70 yes engineer we release in the market of work per year. Okay, you know, when this school was created, it was at that time the objective was to have some agronomist engineer to work on the program of the government in terms of to develop agriculture. I can say the first people who got the diploma, they work only for the government at that time, and but after, I can say, 20 years, we started now to go through entrepreneurship also for this agronomist. But your question is why, even we have this school, we face with the problem of agriculture until now. Yes, you have to know that the problem we are facing are not only technical problems. We have also political problems because the big decisions on agriculture are made by politicians sometimes. And the technicians are here to advise and sometimes to implement the decision. And I think if I see what technicians give until now and in terms of advise the government, I think that it is right message, because until our independence, the agronomists we train, as I said, they are in the Ministry of Agriculture, and as the ministry is working on agriculture, but I don't maybe want to talk a lot about politics, but as I said, sometimes the decisions comes from the politician, and you know, in politics, they want to meet their results in a short time, but you know, technicians know that sometimes to get results, you have you can take more time, and they want quickly to do what they want to do, and sometimes it is the big problem we are facing, and maybe I can also talk in French. You can translate.
Yes, we have the translators.
Voilà, je pense que c'est plus... Je disais que, en réalité, l'agriculture, il y a deux composantes clés. Il y a les techniciens et il y a les hommes politiques. Voilà. Les techniciens, ils conseillent, ils élaborent des programmes, mais dans les orientations qui sont définies par les politiques. Et le grand problème auquel on est confronté, c'est que très souvent, les politiques, bon, le temps de la politique est court, parce qu'il y a des mandats à remplir et tout, alors que généralement, les programmes qu'il faut élaborer pour arriver au développement, quelquefois, il faut des efforts cumulés sur 10, 15 ans, 20 ans, et ça, très souvent, on ne peut pas l'avoir quand on travaille avec certains qui ont les hommes politiques qui ont des agendas très courts. Mais si je remonte un peu plus loin, bon, au début, les techniciens avaient recommandé que l'État fasse un peu de volontarisme en agriculture, en subventionnant, en mettant, surtout en tout cas, en subventionnant, en appuyant le monde agricole. Et donc c'était le moment où, pratiquement, je peux dire que quand même l'État a mis beaucoup de moyens en termes de subventions, que ce soit sur l'équipement agricole, les intrants et tout. Voilà. Mais à partir des années, on peut dire, après les années 80, bon, malheureusement, en tout cas, cette politique n'a pas donné de bons résultats. C'est ça qu'on a constaté. Même si l'État a appuyé, comme je dis, ça n'a pas donné de bons résultats. Mais la raison est simple, c'est que les ressources n'ont pas été utilisées à bon escient. Voilà, très souvent, les ressources n'ont pas été utilisées à bon escient. Et l'agriculture a fait faillite comme d'autres secteurs. Et est arrivé l'ajustement structurel dans les années 80, à peu près 80 et quelques. Et quand l'ajustement structurel est arrivé, le FMI et la Banque mondiale ont demandé d'arrêter effectivement cette politique volontariste. Voilà, et de libéraliser les services et les marchés agricoles. Voilà, et donc on a toutes les sociétés d'encadrement, la Sodeva, toutes les sociétés d'encadrement ont été cassées. La société de l'État qui s'occupait des semences, qui garantissait les semences, tout a été cassé. Et donc, on a libéralisé tout et on a mis un petit secteur privé qui n'a pas pu remplacer correctement les structures de l'État. Et donc, nous sommes en train, en ce moment, et ça veut dire que c'est là qu'on a besoin d'un secteur privé fort. Et c'est là qu'il y a les opportunités pour ceux qui souhaitent investir. Voilà, parce que les privés qui sont en place, que ce soit dans les semences ou d'autres secteurs, n'ont pas suffisamment d'épaisseur pour prendre en charge ces questions-là. Et je crois qu'en coalition avec le secteur privé américain, par exemple, je pense qu'il y a des secteurs comme ça qui peuvent être poussés.
Yeah, so yes, definitely, that entrepreneurship mindset in that area is very, very important. Jennifer, I have a question for you. As somebody that travel and attend so many different conferences, what do you hear from this about the continent of Africa, about Senegal? And as somebody that traveled to Senegal, what are the opportunities you've seen when it comes to farming and access to water in Senegal?
So as soon as we had wrapped up our meetings when we visited Senegal last February, I then went to a UN Food and Ag organization meeting at Cape Verde, just off the coast, Cabo Verde. And that gathered people from around the world that focus on water scarcity and agriculture. And I think the thought with people who live and work in this space every day is that there's such great potential. Some constraints, but I think we're addressing the constraints. Education being the first constraint, and that is being addressed because it's through the work that you do at ENSA, the population is very well educated and poised to really make an impact. And I think the more bridges we build to the theme of your conference here, the more we can pollinate, from here to there and vice versa. for example, Metropolitan State University of Denver, the One World, One Water Center. We've already been talking with Mahfouz Sarr about creating an internship for students to come here and students from here to go there. So I think education is a great potential. And as the Secretary for Employment for Youth has mentioned, Senegal has such a strong and ready population to plug into this initiative. So I think it's just removing some political challenges, but continuing to exchange best practices between, Colorado and Senegal, vice versa.
Thank you. I want to go to the audience to see if anybody has question for. Okay, so we have. Okay, so Amadou, could you help me pass this mic? So, all right. All right. Thank you, Aliou. And let's keep our comment brief and precise and to the point, please.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Aliou Sall. Je suis manager de projet au conseil départemental de Koungheul, une collectivité territoriale.
So, hello, my name is Aliou Sall. I'm manager of project for the department of Koungheul in Senegal.
Nous, les collectivités territoriales, nous sommes les détentrices des terres agricoles.
So, our department, we are owners of the land.
Et nous sommes prêts à affecter à tous ceux qui veulent y investir. Nous sommes prêts à affecter ces terres à tous ceux qui veulent
So we are ready to have the land at the disposition of everyone that is willing to come and invest and do some work with those land.
Donc ma question, pensez-vous un jour collaborer avec ENSA et FAO pour venir à Koungheul, où il y a 423 km, une terre aussi plate, où il y a un temps d'ensoleillement de 3000 heures pendant l'année. Nous avons une nappe d'eau peu profonde parce qu'on est à quelques encablures du fleuve Gambie. Nous avons une terre, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, une terre aussi plate. Nous avons un temps d'ensoleillement. Nous avons des routes donc, permettant la mobilité et la connectivité avec les zones des marchés. Nous avons aussi des pistes qui permettent d'accéder aux sites de production.
So the question is, do you project to come to Congo in partnership with ENSA and FAO to collaborate with us? We have 423 arable land. That's the disposal. We have water access, a very short one. So the question is, do you project either the possibility with FAO and ENSA to consider of coming all to Congo to work with us to exploit the soil?
En tout cas, ce que je voudrais dire,
Aliou,
je termine là,
voilà,
donc
please.
Je termine.
Okay.
Donc ce que je voudrais dire, en hivernage, nous exploitons 60% donc des terres agricoles disponibles. Mais pendant l'hivernage, c'est-à-dire pendant la contre-saison, on n'utilise que les 3%.
So during the rainy season, they use 60% of the arable land, but during the dry season, they only use 2%. So it's just tell you the contrast that exists of exploitation. So thank you. Who wants to?
One program that the UN FAO spearheads is the Million Cisterns program, which is part of the Green Cities Initiative. Cisterns provide the opportunity to irrigate year-round, independent of the dry season or the wet season. So that's a program we're very interested in supporting and learning more about to see how we can support that initiative throughout West Africa. But that's my initial response. Do you?
Yes, we initiate the collaboration with the municipality of Koungheul when they present their monography and their plan development local development plan. And with FAO and other UN agencies, we talk about how to support this. As Mr. Sall said, there is large opportunities in Koungheul. And the collaboration with FAO, with ENSA, with also ANPEJ, is really interesting, will be really interested to have this and to see how we can support you on seed production, and also how this production will keep going on a year long between rainy season and the dry season. How we can improve, keep going to go through vegetable production in this area, and to see open markets also. I think ANPEJ is in this line to see how to support young people on the agro silvopastoral and halieutic value change, to see how to insert young people to agriculture and trade also. The collaboration will be established with FAO and also with Denver Botanic Garden, with which we are developing a collaboration.
Yes. Merci. Et Aliou, je tenais à ajouter que le projet que nous sommes en train d'initier avec le Denver Botanic Garden à Thiès, c'est un projet pilote. Mais l'objectif, c'est d'en faire un programme national. Et ce que je demande pour toutes ces collectivités locales qui ont des projets, ils peuvent nous présenter ça. Et l'objectif, ce n'est pas uniquement de s'en suffire au Denver Botanic Garden, c'est essayer d'identifier d'autres entités qui sont dans le secteur et qui seraient intéressées. Donc pour moi, c'est la première chose, je vais partager le projet avec le Denver Botanic Garden qui vont peut-être amener des contributions. Mais une fois et je le dis souvent, je suis thiessois et je sais que ce n'est pas très normal parce que I'm just telling everybody, so they hear Papa is starting everything in Thiès, right? How about our city? So, but all the things that we are doing in Thiès is a pilot program, and the minute that we have other project, we'll consider and move the pilot project to other part of the country. Any other question? All right, Amadou, we have Madame la Directrice.
Merci beaucoup, merci Jennifer. J'ai une question parce qu'hier on a visité le Denver Botanic Garden. On a retrouvé des variétés dont je pense que si on les exploite au niveau du Sénégal, ça pourra créer beaucoup plus d'emplois.
So thank you so much, Jennifer. Yesterday we visited Chatfield Farm and we did identify different type of variety. And I'm a firm believer that if we can use those different variety of farming, we'll be far ahead.
Jessie nous a dit que le lavanda, la plante lavanda, peut générer beaucoup d'argent.
So Josie shared with us that the lavender plant can generate a lot of return, but yet we don't know how to exploit that in Senegal.
Je demande si cette variété peut être exploitée au Sénégal et si eux, ils sont prêts à nous accompagner.
Okay, her question is that lavender plant, do you guys think we can exploit it and grow it in Senegal? If that's the case, how can you support us? Because we have different project and farm ready to be used for such a product. Lavender, yes.
L'autre point aussi, c'est par rapport à la formation.
And the second point is about training.
Est-ce qu'ils sont prêts à venir former nos jeunes qui sont intéressés dans le domaine de l'agriculture?
Yeah. Would you guys be willing to come and train the youth we have that are interested in farming?
Créer aussi des centres d'incubation dans ce domaine.
And to create some incubators centers in that aspect.
Dans le domaine de l'irrigation aussi, nous avons un problème avec l'eau.
So we also have issues of irrigation and access to water as well.
Nous avons 23 fermes.
So we have 23 farms.
Dont 7 opérationnelles.
Only 7 that are operating.
Mais dans ces 7 fermes, nous avons un problème sérieux d'eau.
So in those 7 farms, we really have a serious issue of water access.
Si eux, ils peuvent nous aider à régler le problème d'eau dans nos fermes.
And if there are possibilities of support to on those farms of water accessibility.
Merci.
Thank you.
I'll address the first piece. Unfortunately, I don't think that lavender is going to end up being a suitable crop for Senegal. It's a Mediterranean plant that really does not tolerate high humidity in any way. But the good news is that at INSA, Dr. Jejiao and his staff are doing really amazing work to trial and to evaluate hundreds of different species of plants and proving that a lot of these things are very viable to be grown in that climate. So there's a really amazing evaluation fields and trials occurring in chess right now that are proving sort of proof of concept for lots of different species that are very easily grown. Dr. Jejiao is very humble. The research that he is doing using native Senegalese shrubs to actually raise the water table and create a more sustainable and efficient use of the water in agriculture is groundbreaking and really amazing. No one is doing that here in the US. It's really exciting work to see how that can affect agricultural production in a really broad scale. We are certainly welcome and hoping to be able to provide some technical expertise and to be able to continue this relationship and partnership in Senegal to provide technical support and training. And I think Dr. Jejiao is already doing quite a bit of that at INSA and really producing a lot of highly trained and educated people that are ready to get into that workforce. Again, I think the most important aspect of all of this is going to be creating investment in sustainable access to water. So whether that's solar power systems, whether that's cisterning, I think it needs to be a very holistic approach to both capturing water and creating really easy access to that water.
Yes, Professor Jejiao, anything tu souhaiterais ajouter?
D'accord.
Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Bon, je crois que Madame la directrice a évoqué la question de la formation. Hein? Voilà, effectivement, bon, pour la formation, je pense, j'allais lui dire ça après, quand on aura fini. En tout cas, on devrait se rapprocher parce que nous travaillons déjà avec la plupart des projets qui sont orientés renforcement de capacité des jeunes qui veulent entreprendre dans le domaine de l'agriculture, tels que AgriJeunes. Il y a AgriJeunes, il y a d'autres projets hein, pour lesquels nous formons, et puis même les jeunes paysans hein, qui n'ont même pas été à l'école. Donc on a les curriculums pour ça, on a aussi l'infrastructure, puisqu'on a des centres d'application dans lesquels on peut accueillir les jeunes à former. Ils peuvent séjourner pendant des mois, et on a toute la logistique, puisqu'on l'a fait, refait, donc c'est quelque chose qu'on connaît bien. Bon, maintenant, il suffit, je pense qu'on devra discuter pour voir dans quelle mesure on pourra le faire. Je dois même aller plus loin. Quand on prend l'horticulture aujourd'hui, on a déjà fini d'élaborer un curriculum orienté par exemple vers l'horticulture protégée. Voilà, on a formé déjà les techniciens de l'ANCAR, certaines personnes de l'ISRA, et voilà. Et donc cette année on va démarrer ce curriculum-là, parce qu'on voit que l'agriculture sous serre va se développer, mais à côté de ça on va mettre en place un centre de démonstration et de formation en horticulture, au sens large du terme. Donc arboriculture, maraîchage et tout. Et honnêtement, on est assez bien outillé pour nous orienter vers ça. Et je voudrais d'ailleurs faire un clin d'œil à Honorable, parce qu'il le disait tout à l'heure, nous sommes conscients que pendant longtemps, on a formé un peu vers le haut, en formant les ingénieurs, mais que la demande est beaucoup plus forte vers le bas. Et donc, c'est à ce niveau qu'on veut former. Voilà. Je pense que c'était ça sa question. Hein. Oui. Bon, pour le reste, pour la lavande et autres, bon, disons l'agrobiodiversité, enrichir l'agrobiodiversité, ça effectivement, ça demande que ces espèces soient introduites, mais qu'elles soient quand même testées. Voilà, à petite échelle, pour voir un peu comment elles répondent un peu à nos conditions avant de pouvoir les diffuser à grande échelle. Voilà, ça aussi, si ça vous intéresse, on peut bien le faire dans notre espace. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Et je tenais à préciser, Madame la directrice, que je pense que collaborer avec AMPAIS ça a beaucoup de sens. D'habitude, quand nous venons au Sénégal, on a du mal à identifier les gens qui sont déjà dans le secteur. Et je pense que le fait que vous avez déjà ce portfolio, vous avez cette plateforme qui ressemble les centres d'intérêt. So next time we'll go to Senegal, we'll learn more about what they have, the expertise and the project that they have, so we can learn more about it and figure out a way to collaborate. So thank you. Another question from the audience. All right, here. Kabongo.
My question is, looking at the U.S., we have a region that has been recognized as being the breadbasket of the U.S., meaning those regions are very fertile. They produce enough food to actually cover the whole U.S. So other regions can then focus on other things to do. The reason I'm asking my question is the Casamance region is very fertile. Why not focusing, all the agriculture effort in the Casamance region, and then that region become the, the bread basket of the whole Senegal, instead of repeating what's, the nature has already given it to you, which is a very fertile region, which is the south, and then, then export everything else in the north.
Okay. So, Professor, la question c'était du fait que le sud du Sénégal, la Casamance, c'est la zone très très fertile où il y a beaucoup d'opportunités. Pourquoi ne pas se focaliser sur cette zone, en faire un hub agricole et avoir toutes les productions et exporter ça vers le nord du pays? Et au lieu d'essayer de duplier la même chose et les efforts ailleurs où la nature ne t'offre pas les mêmes opportunités que vous trouverez en Casamance.
Merci beaucoup. C'est vrai que d'un point de vue agricole, si on se base sur les ressources pluviales, les ressources en eau pluviale, évidemment, la Casamance est la région la plus favorable à l'agriculture, puisque là-bas, il pleut au moins à Ziguinchor 1200 mm par an, comparé au nord. L'autre aspect, c'est que aussi les sols sont beaucoup plus fertiles, et c'est normal, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de végétation, et donc il y a beaucoup de matière organique, et les sols sont meilleurs. Mais je pense qu'actuellement, avec l'approche agropole qui est en train d'être développée en ce moment, je crois qu'il y a une option qui est prise que j'apprécie bien, parce que l'agropole orienté vers tout ce qui est arboriculture est basé au sud. Et je crois que pour moi, la Casamance, ça doit être le grenier fruitier du Sénégal. Voilà, parce que dans la mesure où, dans les autres zones, on peut bien faire des fruitiers, mais il est clair, le climat est assez rigoureux. Or, au sud, justement, il y a toutes les conditions pour pouvoir faire de l'arboriculture fruitière. Or, on sait qu'au Sénégal, je le disais, manger des fruits en dessert, il faut être riche. Voilà. Vous n'êtes pas, si vous voulez acheter 5 kilos de fruits par jour, il faut être riche pour pouvoir le faire. Parce que simplement, on peut dire qu'il n'y a pas de fruits. L'essentiel des fruits sont importés de Guinée et ailleurs. Alors que la Casamance offre de bonnes opportunités. Et là encore, c'est vrai qu'il y a les petits producteurs qu'on peut soutenir, qui font de l'arboriculture. Mais à côté de cela, je pense que là aussi, le secteur privé est invité, évidemment. Voilà. Et je pense que, en tout cas, ça peut être un hub en arboriculture fruitière. Je suis d'accord avec lui, ça c'est clair. Voilà.
Au lieu que ça soit seulement l'agriculture fruitière, ça peut être parce qu'ils ont une terre qui est très fertile, qui pourrait aider à faire produire excessivement pour exporter au nord, exporter export in other part of the country. So instead of duplicate the effort in TS in Saint Louis and everywhere, focus all that effort in one area, producing plenty of food, and then from the river or from the Atlantic Ocean, bring them back up to Saint Louis, to Dakar, to TS and everywhere else. But like...
Okay. Bon, sur les céréales, ça je suis obligé de citer un de mes directeurs généraux quand j'étais à l'Institut Sénégal de recherche agricole, Jacques Faye. Il le disait, parce qu'il faut... Normalement, la Casamance, en termes de céréales, la céréale qui est pratiquée traditionnellement, c'est le riz. Mais le problème, c'est que les vallées dans lesquelles le riz est cultivé sont de petites vallées, et très souvent ce sont des terres familiales, assez de petites parcelles, et traditionnellement c'est pas du riz qui est commercialisé, c'est une production juste pour de la subsistance. Mais qui plus est, il y a la question de la salinité qui est en train quand même d'affecter les rizières du sud. Et c'est un phénomène, en tout cas, qui a assez affecté ce qui fait que la riziculture commerciale, on ne peut pas la développer réellement au sud, lié au problème de terre, qui sont des terres, comme je dis, il n'y a pas suffisamment de terre, et c'est des terres familiales, mais qui sont destinées à la production pour la subsistance. Donc ce qu'on aurait pu faire aussi comme céréales, c'est le maïs. Voilà, un peu vers la moyenne et la haute Casamance, on peut bien faire du maïs. Il y a suffisamment de terres de plateau fertiles, et je crois que là c'est une terre... Bon, mais jusqu'ici, c'est surtout le coton qui a été développé, poussé par l'État dans ces zones-là. Et donc, mais moi je serais surtout pour faire du maïs. Et quand on regarde les résultats de la production de maïs du Sénégal en 2022, c'est dans ces zones où effectivement les producteurs ont fait beaucoup de maïs. Voilà. Parce que le maïs demande beaucoup d'eau et des terres fertiles. Voilà.
So, merci. So I have 2 questions. One's going to be for Mahfouz and one will be for Philip and Jennifer. So Mahfouz, for the people that are here looking for ways to invest in Senegal, and often we don't hear about American or foreigners investing in the agro-farming business. So they're very involved in the other sector, but we don't see a lot of foreigners, especially American. So can you speak about what opportunity does the country offer when it comes to people that are here looking to invest, if you know those opportunities, so people can have an idea? And because this morning we talk about, the Consul General talk about the possibility of having access to land, to do that. What are other opportunities that the country offer for some people that would like to come and invest in agro-farming?
Yes, now with the new government, the vision is for the food sovereignty. And talking about food sovereignty, we have opportunities in some aspects to develop the value chain of main products Senegal is producing. We have some, for example, one aspect is really interesting to do is the term of mechanization. Nowadays, mechanization is a real problem, and we need to improve production to support mechanization and the production aspects, and also how we can support small farmers for processing, working on the food value chain. I think we can have some opportunities to invest with private sector to support these issues of mechanization, to make training or to make firms which can produce les outils en fait, les outils de production, les tools comme les motoculteurs pour la phase de production, mais aussi un élément important, c'est sur tout ce qui est transformation des produits et la commercialisation. Moi, je vois aujourd'hui, on parle beaucoup plus de chaîne de valeur, de food system. Quand on parle de food system, je pense qu'on prend toute cette chaîne-là où il y a des maillons qui fait appel au secteur privé. Donc là, la production d'outils, la production de machines, la production d'équipements de transformation, mais aussi la création de marchés. Aujourd'hui, je pense que c'est important que aussi des opportunités du secteur privé de voir les produits tropicaux, les produits du Sénégal viennent être exportés aux États-Unis. Je donne un exemple. Pendant le déjeuner, on a servi du piment. Et M. Ndiaye me disait que le piment est venu de Pékin. Okay? Donc moi, je pense que ça, c'est des opportunités de marché. Aujourd'hui, ce qui peut freiner la production, c'est que les jeunes peuvent produire. J'ai discuté avec le directeur de l'ANPEJ. Les jeunes peuvent produire, mais aussi, ce serait important de trouver du secteur privé qui peut travailler avec ces jeunes-là pour pouvoir ouvrir un marché d'autant plus que on a un support institutionnel très satisfaisant, l'AGOA, qui est une coopération traité qui est signé entre le gouvernement des États-Unis et le gouvernement du Sénégal, qui peuvent s'insérer dans cette dynamique-là pour faciliter les transactions commerciales entre les États-Unis et le Sénégal, surtout sur les produits agricoles, d'une manière globale. Je pense que c'est des secteurs qui sont là, qui offrent des opportunités. En amont, le gouvernement fait beaucoup d'efforts pour accompagner la production, même s'il y a des challenges, mais qu'on est en train de résoudre avec les institutions dont on a parlé, ANPEJ, ENSA et autres. Donc là, mais aussi on doit s'ouvrir sur des opportunités de marché, à mon avis, pour que le secteur privé puisse être vraiment impliqué. Pour terminer, un point, je vais parler du système, les Green Cities. Développer l'économie circulaire aujourd'hui. Je pense que dans nos cités, si on développe l'économie circulaire, avec la production, la possibilité de traitement des déchets, des ordures ménagères pour les faire du compost, donc je pense que ça aussi, ça fait appel au secteur privé, parce que ça fait partie des maillons quand même qui puissent permettre de développer les Green Cities, comme je viens de parler. Ok, merci.
Thank you. Professor, tu vas ajouter quelque chose? Yes.
Voilà. De mon point de vue, je pense que jusqu'à présent, le grand défi de notre agriculture, c'est l'approvisionnement réellement. C'est-à-dire, c'est vrai qu'on parle beaucoup de transformation, c'est vrai, mais quand on a un gap de presque la moitié de sa consommation annuelle en riz, nous importons à peu près 900 000 tonnes par an, l'équivalent de 300 et quelques milliards d'importation de riz. Si vous prenez le secteur du lait, c'est la même chose. Vous prenez le maïs, c'est la même chose. On a un gap de 400 et quelques, peut-être 450 000 tonnes de maïs. Ça veut dire qu'aujourd'hui, nous ne produisons pas assez déjà pour nourrir la population, a fortiori même pour transformer. Donc, il est clair qu'aujourd'hui, il y a là des parts de marché à gagner. Serait-ce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est l'approvisionnement en riz du marché local. Je ne parle même pas d'exporter le riz. Or, on sait les enjeux futurs qui viennent, puisque on voit des pays comme l'Inde, les grands producteurs de riz, commencer pratiquement à fermer l'exportation à partir de leur pays. Parce que la population mondiale va augmenter, la demande en produits alimentaires va augmenter, et on ne peut pas compter sur les autres pays pour approvisionner notre marché. Ça veut dire qu'aujourd'hui, il est clair, sur déjà le maillon production, il y a donc des opportunités en termes d'investissement pour accroître la production. Surtout que le Sénégal est bien positionné en termes d'exportation vers les marchés européens et autres. Après, comme il l'a dit, effectivement, je suis tout à fait d'accord, sur toute la chaîne de valeur alimentaire, à tous les niveaux, nous avons un gap en termes d'équipement et de matériel agricole. Le matériel qui existe est importé, mais il y a des maillons de la chaîne de valeur alimentaire, des maillons sur lesquels les machines font défaut. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, si vous voulez faire un peu de transformation, il faut importer des machines. Quand vous les importez à la moindre panne, vous n'avez personne pour vous réparer la machine, parce que dans tout l'espace Afrique de l'Ouest, il n'y a pas une école ou une université qui vous forme des ingénieurs agronomes spécialisés machinisme agricole. Donc, tous ces domaines-là, je pense que ce sont là des opportunités. Après, comme il le dit, je disais que les services de l'État qui devaient se charger d'accompagner les producteurs, les petits producteurs, en termes d'accès aux intrants, par exemple, toutes ces structures n'existent plus. Et donc aujourd'hui, les semences sont tenues par le secteur privé, les engrais et autres sont tenus par le secteur privé. Or, on le voit bien, malgré tout, c'est des questions qui se posent sérieusement parce que ce secteur privé n'arrive pas à répondre aux attentes de l'État. On a vu aussi que actuellement, en tout cas le nouveau gouvernement, c'est ce qu'on a noté, ils sont en train de s'orienter vers un peu l'agriculture durable, si je le dis comme ça. Voilà. Et donc, très tôt, j'ai vu cette année, le ministre s'orienter vers acquérir des engrais organiques pour ceux qui sont intéressés par l'agroécologie. Or, dans ce domaine-là aussi, c'est clair, Je ne sais pas s'il a eu les quantités qu'il voulait, mais je suis presque sûr qu'il ne les a pas eues. Parce qu'il n'y a pas encore de grandes unités de compostage qui soient installées et qui soient capables de fournir tout ça. Et donc, il a parfaitement raison. Il y a un travail qui a été fait en amont. Toutes les communes de Dakar, la ville, et d'autres communes à l'intérieur du pays, dont Thiès, Touba, tout ça, environ 40 communes. Il y a un travail, une étude qui a été faite, à laquelle j'ai participé avec l'école polytechnique de Thiès, pour voir un peu quelles sont les quantités de déchets qui sont produites par an par ces communes et quelle est la part qui est putrescible, qu'on peut composter pour en faire du compost. Si je prends Touba par exemple, il y a, en tout cas à l'époque, c'était en 2019-2020, si je ne me trompe pas, on avait estimé les déchets produits à Touba à 1 million de tonnes à peu près par an, dont 18% peuvent être compostés. Voilà. Et donc, il y a là, effectivement, et normalement, l'État même, le gouvernement du Sénégal voulait s'orienter vers mettre en place ces unités de compostage. C'est dans le programme. Maintenant, il faut voir, je pense, ça aussi, le secteur privé, c'est des opportunités, je crois. Voilà, merci.
Merci, Professor. So, and again, in the afternoon session, you will have more time to dive deep. I just want to let everybody know the next step, there's a trip that's being planned for the Denver Botanic Garden to travel to Senegal for a follow-up. So, we're going to wrap up and we're going to take it to the table conversation in the afternoon, if you don't mind. So I knew this panel will have a lot of questions because it's something that's very, very relevant to everybody. But they're going to be here this afternoon and we'll be having a table conversation. But we will need to transition to our next session, which is energy, renewable energy, that we have people that's going to be talking about. And it's all tied together because you cannot talk about agro-farming and sustainability if you don't have renewable energy. And we visited the solar farm yesterday at the Chatfield farm, and we're going to be visiting also another solar farm here. But please help me give a round of applause to our amazing panelists. So thank you so much. And now I will transition to Mr. Golden that will get us ready for the next panel. So thank you. And thank you to our translators. I know how difficult it is to go from one language to another, and I'm so grateful that I don't have to do it. So thank you so much for all your help. Really appreciate it. So thank you.
Like that. Check. Okay. Good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience as we transition here. Listen, right after this panel discussion, you have another break coming up. If you want to grab snacks or something, feel free to do that. But let's move on to our next session. If I could have your attention, please. Thank you very much. I'm going to welcome to the stage our next panelists. Please help me give a warm welcome to Michael Sapp and Monique Dyer. If you can. In the middle, right there. All right. Is this thing on? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, but I can hear you too, though. Okay, listen, we're going to dive into our next conversation. Thank you so much for simmering down those side conversations. We appreciate your attention because we're going to talk about something that's very important in the context of the opportunities, the resource needs, the investments, between Senegal here and the US, and we are very fortunate to have some fantastic panelists with us today. Again, I'm not gonna go down their bios, one, because it's in the program booklet, and because we're about to have a candid conversation where you're about to get to know these folks, all right? So, with that, I'm gonna jump in and give you something of a chance to introduce yourself by way of answering this question. It's been a fun one that we've asked in the morning, and I'm gonna try it on you all. So, Monique, when you reflect back to when you were a little girl, say grade school, what did you think you would grow up to be in terms of your profession? And then what was the pathway that led you to the seat you sit in now?
Oh my goodness. Thanks for that question.
Welcome,
Jason.
Monique.
Thank you. And thanks so much for the opportunity to be here and for the invitation. I'm Monique Dyers, Principal and CEO of Insight Energy Consulting. We provide engineering services and technical advisory services to stakeholders of renewable energy projects. And so when I was a young girl, I actually thought I would work for the CIA or the FBI.
Uh-oh.
So that's what I wanted to do. I knew that I was good at solving puzzles and different aspects, and I was like, okay, this is the job that I want to have. And so how I got to where I am right now, right? So my major in school, I'm an electrical engineer by education, and had an opportunity. I did do programming, so I did a lot of programming. I wrote a code to image retrieval methodology, which is what Google uses right now. I wish that I was smart enough to patent that idea when I was in college, but I didn't do it. And so at the same time, I did some work with NASA in helping them do a preventative and predictive maintenance process. Very technical, sorry, but what that does is help them understand when they need to replace certain equipment based on, let's say if you have a bearing that fails at 3,500 hours, instead of being surprised by it, you say, okay, well, this is a time that I take my equipment offline and I do this replacement. And with that, Caterpillar became interested in my expertise, and I started working on designing gensets used for backup power. I'm sure there's a few of them in this building to keep the power on for us. And that was my introduction into the energy sector. So, not working for the CIA, but doing a lot of inquisitive things.
Oh, give it up for that. What a great story. Do you prefer Michael or Mike? Michael, it is. Michael, tell me, what did you think you wanted to do when you grew up, and what was the pathway that led you to your current seat?
Thank you, Jason, and good afternoon, everyone here. I want to thank the African Leadership Group for putting on this forum. Papa Dia, thank you for your years of leadership and service. Jason, thank you for the question. I'm gonna be real brief because I really want to get into a dialogue. I wanted to be on ESPN. I wanted to be Stuart Scott, the late great Stuart Scott. I was really interested in sports. See my guy with the Atlanta Braves hat on. I'm a Colorado guy, so I'm a Rockies fan. But I thought I'd be on TV. Went to Morehouse College. Thought that I could go to Clark Atlanta and take broadcast journalism classes like Spike Lee did in the 70s. And I ended up landing in a state and local government class because I needed an extra class my freshman year. Fell in love with local government, fell in love with the discipline, and really dedicated my life to public service. Started working for former Mayor Michael Hancock. Was in the Department of Safety during the pandemic. And I got introduced to Excel. One of my former bosses actually recruited me to join Excel. So I've been in Excel on the state government affairs team for a little over 4 years, or it'll be 4 years this month. But no, I'm not on ESPN, but I'm still providing a public good, a public product to customers that rely on our energy services to power their lifestyle.
Excellent, excellent. Well, listen, we're about to have a candid conversation about energy. And let me give you guys a little back story. When we first conducted the panel, when we first started putting the panel together, it was strictly renewable energy because that's the hot topic right now. But then we backed up and said, no, there's you know, Senegal's reality is that they have an energy a mixed portfolio of energy sources, and in fact, they've relatively recently not discovered, but began extracting their oil and gas and regaining kind of national control versus, you know, outsider control. And so that's an important part of the conversation too. But the energy conversation, that's a big subject. It's often a controversial subject. What we're going to do today is we're going to make it a constructive conversation. And so tell me, each of you, how do you like to, given kind of the controversial nature that energy can be, how do you all like to frame the conversation in terms of, you know, a mixed portfolio that is not only renewable energy?
So I did mention that a lot of the work that I do is in the renewable energy sector. However, I am not one of the individuals and companies that believes that we can get to a 100% renewable at this time. I do believe that we need a mix of all different technologies. However, renewable energy does have a huge portion in that if we want to truly impact our carbon emissions of where we are right now. I grew up in New Orleans, Louisiana, a place that has suffered from extreme impacts of climate change. So I know firsthand what it can do to communities, and a lot of those communities are underserved and marginalized communities. But I do believe that at this time we need to have a mix of renewable energy as well as traditional sources until we can get to a point where we're able to increase renewables. And I think that only comes when we have advancements in technology such as battery storage, microgrids, but until then, we need a mix of renewables and traditional sources.
Yeah. How does Excel Energy look at this subject?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give a personal shout out, or professional shout out to Robert Kinney, the president of Excel Energy Colorado. He could not be here, unfortunately, but definitely sends his regards. We look at energy really from a three-lens perspective, because at Excel we're vertically integrated. So we are in generation, we're in transmission, and we're in distribution. And so we play in three different lanes in our state. We're an investor-owned utility, which means we're publicly traded. We're in 8 states, and so we're able to pull electrons and gas from our 8 states. And it's one of the reasons why we're considered, or not considered, but we're 99.9% reliable. But when you look at this energy transition, you have to understand that the creation of electricity was probably one of the greatest inventions in the 20th century. This country, this world was powered by fossil fuels. In the 60s into the 70s and 80s, you started seeing pushes around conservation. I will tell you that on any given day, today, we sit with about 34% mix of fossil fuels on our system. But I will say that we submitted our clean energy plan to the Public Utility Commission, where we're proposing to have 85% renewable energy on our, we're proposed a plan to be 85% carbon free by 2030. And that means we're gonna have more solar, more wind capacity, storage, small modular reactors maybe. But looking at it from a dual, we're a dual utility, so we can get to carbon reductions a lot quicker than your gas-only utilities or your electric-only utilities. The last thing that I will say is this: access, affordability, and innovation. As we make this transition, we want to make sure that we do it in a way that allows our income-qualified folks to tap into some of the federal rebates and incentives, ensuring reliability, that we don't have brownouts or blackouts like a lot of our folks in California. And that's kind of what we focus on. So we have fossil fuels on our system. We submitted a plan, $12 billion plan that has about 6,400 of renewable energy, or megawatts of renewable energy. That equates to about 22 projects, 2 of which will be gas for the reliability space, but 7 of those will be major wind turbines that we can speak to a little later. So gas is going to still be a part of the portfolio, but we're going to have a ton of renewables on our system as we get through the end of this decade.
Monique, I want to tap into your engineering and technical expertise with what is the common and obvious question. It's Africa. It's sunny. Why don't you just throw up a bunch of solar panels? Problem solved. Is it that simple?
There was a conference that I spoke at a couple of years ago. It was probably about 7 years ago, and it was the Energy Africa conference in Colorado. And I was speaking very highly about renewables and how we need more renewable energy. And there was this young lady, she was from Nigeria, and she stood up and she said, well, we don't have access to the grid in a lot of our places. And so how are we going to install solar energy if we don't have access to the grid? And so I went back a couple of years, I was invited to speak, and I said, okay, if this lady's in the audience, I have a solution for you. Microgrids. Microgrids would be an alternative solution for areas that don't have access to the grid to install solar. You can actually build solar on your home. So there is ways to kind of get around the large scale projects that we see and know of across the world, hundreds of gigawatts of projects. You can actually start with your home, where you are. So what can you do to replace your genset, your diesel generator in your home? Can you install solar on your rooftop? Can you also include battery storage in your home? Can a community of people actually install solar, but also microgrids? And so there's alternatives technologies that we can look at as we look to increase the robustness of the grid. And I think we experience that all across the world. It's not only in Africa. There's parts even in the US that don't have access to reliable energy because they're just not interconnected to the grid and have brownouts, as Michael mentioned earlier. And so I think that outside of just looking at building very large-scale solar renewable energy projects, we can look at other opportunities to increase renewable energy and also at the same time reduce your carbon emissions and have healthier air, because that's what renewables is all about. We want to have clean air, clean water, as we heard through our other panel. We've been seeing a lot in the media about what the impacts of climate change are having on our community as it relates to air quality, respiratory issues. And so what can we do as a community in Senegal, as well as here in the US, to ensure that our brothers and sisters are able to take advantage of renewable energy?
And listen, again, we're having a candid conversation, and I want to be fair. I have to at least ask the question, are there negatives? Are there downsides to wind energy, solar energy, or let's not even call it a negative, but what are the trade-offs that folks need to be aware of in this area?
Yeah, I mean, Colorado is unique because we are a local control state, meaning your local jurisdictions, your cities, your towns, your counties have say on property rights over the state. And so you see these land use disputes when it comes to these massive transmission projects, particularly when you get to rural Colorado where you have land capacity. You have a lot of property owners that just quite frankly don't want that infrastructure on their land. And so you're seeing a lot of disputes that are taking place in the local planning departments as well as in district court because the siting of these massive transmission projects aren't very favorable. And then also from a nature conservancy and just understanding that it can be very dangerous for a lot of wild animals. And so we're seeing that dispute play out here in Colorado and nationally. And I think that's why you're seeing because in order to get renewable energy the way a lot of folks are wanting it, like they want solar and electric vehicles, you got to have the transmission infrastructure to deliver that product to your end home. And right now we're having that land use dispute. And I think we're going to have to figure out those trade-offs with our rural partners and at the planning level. So that's one. And the second, I think, and this is, the environmental racism and environmental justice. A lot of communities of color, I think I'm looking at like in Denver, Globeville area, Swansea, for example, sits right adjacent to Suncor, a gas refinery facility right next to Cherokee Gas Plant, which we own, sits right next to Metro Water Recovery, which is a waste facility. And a lot of communities of color, quite frankly, have been disproportionately impacted by how we designed our cities across our country when you look at redlining. And so one of the things that I was proud about with the Biden-Harris administration was the Inflation Reduction Act and the Justice 40 initiative, which is very intentional around redressing those environmental harms. But you talk about some of the controversies with that. There are a lot of folks on the right side of the aisle that look at that as being racist and discriminatory. And so how do you balance redressing environmental justice harms while not coming off as discriminative? And then on the transmission land siting, how are you being cognitive of local control and local land rights versus the communal? And that is, we have a climate change issue, and we all have a role to play, whether it's investing in renewables at your house or looking at some of the property taxes that you may get for having that transmission line on your property.
I think, Michael, you might have peeked at my notes because that's exactly where I was going with this conversation. Bring you in, Monique. While we're not saying that the environment here, and I mean social, political, and literal environment, is not the same between the US and Senegal. Understanding that, are there some policy best practices when it comes to a mixed portfolio of energy growth that they should be thinking about? Best practices in terms of, everything from placement to community engagement to conservation, like what rises to the top when I ask that question?
Yeah, so, one of the things I think about, I know Senegal is very rich in solar irradiance, right? And so if there is areas that you're looking to build and develop, I'm thinking from a renewable energy standpoint first, how's that area as it relates to solar irradiance or sun? How many hours a day do you have sun capacity?
24 hours a day.
And so that means that it's a really good place for solar. And so a lot of the things that we do as consultants, we do land as well as financial viability of projects. One of the things that came out of the Inflation Reduction Act in the US was the American-made challenges. And so our US government provides dollars to companies that are looking to create innovative technologies. And so here, as you can see, I have a consulting firm, but as of last year, we found a need within our community. I've received a call, I'm from Louisiana, as I mentioned, received a call from a farmer in the South, and they were looking to install solar on their land. And so they said, hey, can you help me with the solar feasibility study? And so when they got the study back, or the cost for it, they said, this is a little bit too much money for me. What else can you do to help me out? And so what we did was we established the software which actually provides solar feasibility studies for individuals, underserved communities, other communities that want to know if their land is viable for solar energy. And that came about through the Inflation Reduction Act with the American-made solar price.
Is that a tech product?
It's a tech product. Yeah, we have a software.
Is it, and it's geography specific?
It's geography specific. Right now it's nationwide US, but we're looking at expanding it. So it's definitely, if we have an opportunity to come on the trip in December, we'll be looking to determine opportunities to utilize our tool in Senegal.
Just so you heard that correctly, the sister has developed a technology product that can be applied to tell, from what I'm hearing, at the individual level or at the small area level, how viable it is for solar or wind or both?
It's just for solar right now. For ground mount, we can look at anywhere from 2.5 acres of land all the way up to about 3,000 acres to say if your land's viable for solar.
Wow, that is incredible. Because, and now we're getting into the part of the conversation where we really want to dive deep, because there's people in this room who are really looking seriously at investment opportunities in Senegal. And so they're looking to learn there's the needs, the resource needs, not only capital, but some technical expertise in Senegal. And then there's the opportunity seekers and investors on this side. And what we're trying to do is just get everybody knowledgeable enough and interested enough to take that next step. So that's the point of this conversation. I think that part is going well. I have a question for you. Based on what you know, can you think of smart, safe ways to invest in energy over in Senegal from your U.S. perspective?
Yeah, so one of the things that Insight does, we work with the USTDA on providing technical assistance dollars.
Nobody knows what USTDA is.
United States Trade and Development Agency.
There you go.
Sorry about that. So it's like alphabet soup in our space. So USTDA provides funding for innovative renewable energy projects across the globe. And I'm sure that they probably also provided some investment dollars for Senegal as well. And so one of the things that comes to mind for me is when you're looking at investment, is it a viable technology or is it a new and innovative technology? If it's a new and innovative technology, what's the bankability? So it doesn't have to be solar, it doesn't have to be wind, it doesn't have to be storage. It can be a new technology that at this time you're establishing in your living room. And so what's the bankability of that technology to meet the need of the economy or the energy grid? And if it meets the energy grid, what's the useful life? So for us, we always talk in terms of useful life in the renewable energy space. And so we want this project to be operational for 25 years, some even 45 years. And so as an investor, what does that useful life look for you? Who are the design engineers? Who are the engineers as part of it? Is there a need for the product or technology if you are an investor in the region? Who's going to pay you for it, right? And so we do a lot of that within our work. So we are technical due diligence consultants. So we find out, is this a viable deal? So we work with investors and stakeholders and say, yes, this is something that you should invest in. No, it's not. And if no, what are the risks that can be mitigated? So I can go on and on of things that you can definitely look at, including some of the commercial terms as well.
Just real quick, have you or have you not worked on any international projects?
We have worked on international projects. We did a microgrid project in Zambia, and we've worked on some projects in other parts of North America as well as Europe.
Thanks. Now, Michael, the shareholders at Excel are pretty strictly focused on the domestic market here. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, domestically, obviously in our 8 states, but they're investors, and so they're following all of the emerging international trends.
Yes.
And seeing if those, they pay off. So.
It sounds like you might be a person who might slip some Senegal information across the table to some folks.
I don't want to violate any security type deals. Right. I will say this though, I talked about our $10+ billion proposal that we submitted to the Colorado Public Utility Commission, and But that's called our electric resource plan. And we do it in 2 phases. The first phase is basically your plan and design kind of area where developers will look at those plans. They'll figure out if they want to make those investments. The second phase is when we actually send out RFIs and RFPs, and that's when it gets real. That's when you start getting into that design and into construction piece. And so when I look at this partnership, I'm looking at it as how can we be a liaison between those solar developers that play all across the country and making that connection in Senegal, because they'll play anywhere where the topography is right, where the solar or the wind capacity and the sun is shiny. They'll play wherever the environment is right. And then just looking at the government side of it, because Excel is a quasi-government agency, because we work directly with our ratepayers, but figuring out what the regulations are over there. And yeah, so I mean, that is kind of how I'm thinking how this could be a fruitful partnership.
Just to add something, piggybacking on what Michael said, policy is so very important. I mean, even in the US, we have gone into states to support our clients, which are typically either investors or developers, and those states don't have attractive policies as it relates to renewable energy, and so it becomes a lot more difficult to build and develop. And so from a due diligence standpoint, and also in Senegal, we would be wanting to make sure that there's attractive policies and regulations which allows for renewable energy development.
Papa, I think you should add these 2 folks to the list for December. Okay. Listen, I will very cautiously open it up for questions if you have any. If you don't, that's fine, because I still have plenty. But if there's anyone in the audience who has a energy-specific question, we're going to let you ask it. And I'm going to give a microphone over here.
Well, thank you very much for the brilliant presentation. My name is Alhaj Ndaw, former Consul General of Senegal in New York. I just think there is another side to the question that we have not really dug into, and that's the technology side. Because, Senegal has, and I said it earlier, we have the aim at getting to universal access. And of course, we'd have to do it with a mix.
And when you say universal access, you specifically mean electricity?
Electricity. So we're going to need solar. We started solar back in 2012. We are doing wind also. It's very shy, because we only have one wind farm, and it's not all that big. I think it's about 300 kilowatts. So it's not all that big. So we need the technology. Going to Senegal, Jason and Papa, consider investors, but also consider those who can bring technology and know-how that I'm sure could be attractive to the government. Thank you.
Yes. The technology is so key here. And any thoughts that come to mind, as Consul General stated, any emerging technologies or existing technologies that you all think could be applicable here?
Yeah, we haven't spent enough time talking about geothermal, but it's the heat beneath your feet. And I mean, that's the phrase that Governor Polis is using, and I think it's a pretty cool one. But looking at how we can go deep and extract that heat to heat our facilities, we actually have a thermal project at the National Western Center. We have one at Mesa State College in Grand Junction. And that could be another technology opportunity. But I talk about the topography because I don't know how, I just don't know what I don't know because I've never been, but I'm looking forward to going.
Can geothermal
technology is one.
Can it convert to electricity?
Absolutely.
Okay, because they don't need no more heat. They're good on heat. They have enough.
But even on the natural gas side, you know, we're doing a lot to like capture methane from our pipes, which is a much harmful fossil fuel. We're looking at purchasing renewable natural gas, certified natural gas from our upstream producers. You know, so when we talk about that dual mix, you know, it's geothermal, it's clean carbon, it's wind capacity, solar capacity, battery storage, and I even think the battery piece is another emerging technology as well. I mean, when we talk about getting to 100% carbon free by 2050, that's our target. Xcel Energy was one of the first major electric companies in the state to announce that goal with an interim target of 80% by 2030. You're gonna need all of those technologies working at an optimal level to get there. And I am hopeful that if we can look at geothermal, you know, I think we can do that in a reliably and affordable way that ensures that when you turn your lights on, they're turned on, and that we're not pricing people out because they can't afford those services.
Couple things. One, I got you. The gap that they need to close is about 25%. You're 75% coverage. So it's about 25%. That seems within reach. That seems doable considering the advanced technologies we have here.
I just wanted to, and
Sure.
speaking about the battery storage, so you mentioned that you do have some solar as well as wind. There's opportunities for co-locating battery storage with those sites, and so maybe looking at policies to implement having those solar projects also install storage on their site, so co-location of solar and storage, or wind and storage. Another option would be standalone storage as well to support the intermittency of the grid that you may experience. And so those are some innovative ways which you can utilize storage for your installs.
Jump in there, Michael.
Yeah, I just, because we're living it here in Colorado with the wildfires, and we are constantly looking at wildfire mitigation techniques and investments, and I would say how we've built communities historically, we've had overhead power lines, and some of the things, like you look at like Green Valley Ranch and some of the newer communities out in Northeast, a lot of those utilities like us were burying, so because that's smart and that helps to prevent wildfires. But just looking at how you're building cities and working with your governments to figure out on those newer communities, how can you make those investments that can help mitigate some of these destructive fires. It's just, if I was talking to a planner, and you know, I would cautious around the overhead power lines. It's a real thing.
Absolutely. One more quick question before we wrap the panel.
Yeah. So we talk so much about renewable energy, but we never talk about the impact of renewable energy when it comes to batteries. So storage, when it comes to storage. So storage is a very big issue. Coming for someone coming from Central Africa, where the main component of storage is cobalt. Cobalt is destroying the environment. You know, mining cobalt destroys the environment. But that portion of the renewable energy never been talked about, because we say, oh yeah, we get away from this fossil fuel because it destroyed the environment. But
we understand.
Yeah,
flip that into a question for me.
Yeah. So the question is, well, Africa is the center of, you know, all this carbon, all the storage. Is there any other technologies that we're looking into where we can actually be able to store the energy we create with the solar system that does not impact so much of the environment as the mining of the cobalt is doing at the moment?
That's a good, right, and great question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. You know, there's emerging technologies all the time that, you know, I'm trying to think about what other aspects of storage that you can have. I know there's concentrated solar power, CSP, which is another kind of solar and storage capabilities that doesn't use storage in a traditional sense. There's always like newer battery technologies that's coming about as well, which may use different materials that wouldn't be as harmful to the environment. That's what comes to mind initially, but I would definitely be interested in kind of like brainstorming opportunities to look at what alternatives there are to make sure that if you are reducing the impacts of climate change, that it doesn't cause even worse environmental issues.
And there's one thing too, because we're talking technologies, and there's another one, it's carbon capture sequestration, where you have this like direct air capture. Yep. And you see like the Chevrons, the Occidentals, where they have these technologies that can capture carbon, store it. But when I talk about geothermal, CCUS, hydrogen is another emerging technology as well that we didn't really get into. That's very controversial as well because it's very water intensive. And some people prefer gray hydrogen, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, but there's other ways that we can get there. But I do feel you on because with the lithium batteries, like we hear about some of the slave kind of, the labor violations, the international violations around child labor laws, and that actually gets brought up quite a bit when folks are trying to accelerate this renewable energy space. And safety.
And safety, right. Okay. This guy here has a question. What's your name again?
Yes, Michael, good to see you. Ms. Monique, thank you so much for being here. We have the director of Unpage that primarily focuses on youth employment for the country, for the nation. So my question is, what are the possibility of employment when it comes to the youth? I don't know if you were here early when we were talking about over 70% of the population are below 35 years old, very young. So is there a possibility on project for employment, or is there the possibility for youth to come up with project and get finance to implement it?
Before you answer that, thank you once again for stealing my thunder. That's exactly what I was about to say. So once again.
You know, one of the things about, and I keep going back to renewable, but I can say energy, but as well as renewables, because that's what I work in. We need all different types of skills and expertise, whether it's the engineers, the accountants, the lawyers, the technicians, the electricians, sometimes even carpenters, construction workers. All different types of skill sets are needed within this space. And so I think it's a perfect opportunity for youth within the community to get involved, as if a lot of the US companies would go to Senegal and provide for development. And one of the issues that I had when working on a project with USTDA is that we would do, or challenges I would say, we would do the work, but then we would also have to go back and do the operations and maintenance of the project. And so I think that's another opportunity for the communities of Senegal to say, instead of having some outside person or individuals or companies come and provide O&M services, operations and maintenance services for product and technology that's installed within our community, train us to be able to do that type of work. It's more cost effective. It also increases skill sets of the community and offers additional opportunities in pay. And so I would say that's an opportunity, operations and maintenance, but even during the construction, there's so many different skill sets that are needed. And you just have to have a want and desire to want to learn.
And it's also working with schools. Like there was a bill that was passed this past session around climate literacy, like actually putting that into the school curriculum. So for folks K through 12, they can actually earn their high school, they can have that as one path to get to their high school diploma. You know, grid alternatives we were talking about. There's some really good nonprofits here that are trying to bridge that gap. We at Excel have a very broad and robust labor workforce that's training a lot of folks through apprenticeship programs in renewable energy, from electric vehicles, charging stations, to your gas infrastructure. But I think ingraining that into curriculum and getting kids motivated in this new kind of green job space, and also looking at like those career opportunities for folks who may not have a college degree. There's incentives that we have with some of our community colleges, that like Community College of Aurora and Community College of Denver, that can help train folks who may be 18 to 24, not really interested in college, but maybe they're interested in working at one of our labor union groups.
Such a great point. Again, stealing my thunder, I wanted to make that point. It's a great one. It's not only about training the workforce, that's the technical skill set, but it's also about going upstream and teaching these principles at earlier stages of the developmental process so that they have the right mindset to excel at the skill set. That's important. So at this point, I feel like I am officially Senegalese, so I can speak on behalf of the Senegalese people when I say this to our panelists and to other business leaders and investors in the audience. The profile of investors and partners that Senegal is looking for right now is investors who can bring, yes, the capital, but also the expertise to help develop these projects, knowing that the country itself doesn't have all the cash it needs to make these investments, but what it does have is opportunity and incentives, tax incentives, land incentives, and a cleared pathway to work on these projects. And we know from the demographic information that we learned about today with the youth population and so forth, that this is a quality investment where the investors will get their money back over time. And so we just love to stay connected with you all, explore opportunities to introduce investors here with the opportunities there, and I think we can all together make a great difference. Will you all help me in giving a warm round of applause to Michael and Monique? Thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Listen, I will just set us up. I'm going to give you a break. I'm not going to stand between you and your break much longer, but I want you to know that when we come back from the break, we're going to go into our table talks. So before you go anywhere, don't scatter yet. There's one quick important thing I want to do. I want to introduce you to your table hosts. So when I call you, please come up here, grab your table tent, and these are the folks that will be hosting the respective conversations. So, are our friends Jennifer or Phil from the Botanic Garden still here? Not here yet? Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh, they're outside? Okay, that's going to be the conversation on agriculture and water. All right, Mr. Ray Sylvain, where are you? Everybody's gone. Hold on. Is Kevin Hoffman in the house? Kevin, where are you? Everybody's outside. Okay, so this is not going to work. I'll tell you what I'll do. Take the 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll get into our table talks. 15 minutes, and we'll reconvene. Thank you, everyone.
baba man nebe kula ma be kula le ma jeri mayo tonton baba jarama jarama baba jeri mayo jarama tonton baba astu japulo jeri baba japulo jeri mi salminima mi yilima jarama pula yisalama legade pula firimanja astu japulo be pula welela ne be pula barora pula yagalo mandela de mami jali bogobe jali kutana salama de ma Yeah.
Jarama. Everybody, ba. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Okay. Baba Mal is the Leñol from Senegal, West Africa. Dan the Leñol. Yes, Masamba. Baba Mal? I think Misiki Hande Baba Mal is Inyanyi or Nyanyi Hande. Ko Anguri Nyanyu, Masamba. Joni non ko kawgel hakkunde dande leñol onon sukabe wonbe be dayen mala ko oga bangi o bangi ah d'accord Masamba Fatim Kuba Masamba Fatim Soron bella korbade kelegara eso don bella korbade kelledo eso don bella korbade kelegara eso don bella min bar bella dale ñu bella so don bella so jiɗi wela ɗo on jaadir hen kelle mbaɗe kelle ngara simlay min komi ɗori bisimla yo min komi ɗorino arrahman yo min komi funtim rahman yo min komi funtim ene fuuta toro min tomi miijim nene hadi wobri so uddi suudu baba hadi suudu ko so uddi galle nene hadi wobri so uddi suudu baba hadi suudu ko so uddi galle be gande boyde tawtoɗo yontate la farmati kelle gal so do la farmati kelle do so do la farmati kelle gal so do la Korbati kellido min barvela tani la ñoon kervela min barvela so don bela billahi min komi dorin araman yo min komi fuddin Allah tuba ko be bawde so cikam Allah tuba ko be dingiral fudanom Amutuba kobe bawde so jeekam yalla amutuba kobe dingal ranom gande Afrik na kuyna jodi deke di lekki me bam na fi goja deke no jejete di baya
Handicap.